in the morning, you got me up, all cause you need to talk. To 4 in the evening, wanna break up, say that you've had enough. I'm tired of talking, again and again, argue about everything. You are my darling, this kiss and make up, I know you wanna touch. You call me every night, call me every day, I just wanna get you alone now. Trust me when I say, we gon' be okay, we just gotta boom bada boom ba. I don't wanna fight, you know that I'm right, baby let me talk to your body. We gon' be okay, hear me when I say.
There's judges, lawyers, social workers, counselors, child support officers. All of these exist for the moment she says, you know what? I don't want this man in my house anymore. Now, when I tell you all of those things are in place, they're designed for this very thing, the absence and the removal of male authority, okay?
Fire for your mind. The kosher clinician. Dysfunction is something that often happens and occurs in modern dating and relationships. But what happens when the ego is syntonic, and what happens when the ego is dystonic? It appears that with the relationship concerning DaBaby and Danileigh, that her behavior could be ego dystonic, meaning she does not like the feelings that she's having, and she does not like the association of not having power in the relationship with the guy called DaBaby. But because she doesn't have that power, she's experiencing pain because she can't change the outcome of her mental health and her mental pathology. In this continued series about the denaturing of the feminine woman, we're going to explore how toxic relationships continue to permeate modern cultures and relationships. And because of that, in situations like DaBaby and Danileigh, it's a microcosm of a greater macrocosm as it relates to dysfunction. We're going to talk about, was the courts, or have the courts been fair to men when it comes down to domestic issues? Was DaBaby red pill when he called the cops on Danileigh? And why so many men are beginning to abandon modern dating and relationships? It appears that feminine women are a virtue of the past. And it appears that many women see men as only commodities and also as objects to vent their displaced aggression. And because of that venting of their displaced aggression, it appears once again that many men are saying enough is enough. So the question remains, what would you have done in the situation with DaBaby and Danileigh? Have you experienced toxic relationships? Have you been in situations where you had to fight in order to maintain your sanity? Where you had to fight and not get caught up in, domestic issues? And what should many men do now concerning dating and concerning protocol for women that are trying to hurt them? The denaturing of the modern woman is a condition that needs to be addressed. Therefore, join me live as I bring it from the Tar Heel State as we talk about the denaturing of the modern woman, the denaturing of Danileigh, and also was her ego dystonic, meaning she didn't want to experience the pain that she was having from DaBaby, and have DaBaby become red pill. Enjoy. All right, we are about to start bringing to you live from the Tar Heel State, and we're going to talk about the dysfunction that's permeating in American culture, dating, and relationships as we talk about the saga between Danileigh and DaBaby. Listen, guys, mental health is paramount for relationships to work. And because so many of our people don't see the importance of mental health as it relates to therapy, many are suffering in silence. So we're about to start, guys. Please share the content. I need everybody to share this content with at least 5 people. To the guys that have already done it, thank you, guys. I love you guys. Let's get this platform to 1,000. Let's keep this train moving because there's not a therapist in this space, this red pill and the black male that's giving me the game that I'm going to give you tonight. We're going to be talking about a condition called ego systonic, but also we're going to talk about ego dystonic. People that have delusional disorders are ego syntonic, which basically means they feel that whatever's going on inside their head should happen. But people that have obsessive compulsive disorder many times are ego dystonic, meaning they don't like the feelings. So we're going to explore, compare, and contrast the dynamics. So get your pens ready, guys. We're about to chop up some comprehensive game. Get ready. Bringing it to you live once again from the greatest state in the Union, the Tar Heel State, where the topography is serene, pristine, and verdant green, where every day is Father's Day, and where manhood is part of hills and valleys, victories and failures, and whereas men, we don't agree on all things or ideologies, but tonight we come together as allies of a common cause, only to dissipate once the crisis is over. Now listen, I'm about to drop some fire for your mind. But before I drop that fire, let's explore why we are doing the Manhood Chronicles. All right, guys. We're about to start. Thank you to the 12 that are listening. Let's get this show to 100 tonight. We need 100 views. Let's get it to 100. So to the guys that are listening, I want to say thank you. Thank you guys that are listening. I really appreciate everything you guys have done. And we're going to have a powerful show on tonight as it relates to Danileigh and DaBaby. Many men feel that they're just objects and commodities of modern women. And DaBaby did something that was very powerful because he, for one, stood up and used the court system to benefit him. Many times men in America are sucker punched into falling into the strings of the court system because a lot of times men are not given the freedom and the clarity to become men. I like something that my dear friend Sweet Lulu Bean said, and she said that so true. Men are held to ridiculous standards like allowing women to attack them physically and to emasculate them. Allow women to blame men for being single mothers who can't keep or respect men. And that's very true, sister. And so we're going to let you guys be the clinicians on tonight. You're going to look at things from an anecdotal perspective because the eyes don't lie. And if the eyes do lie when the evidence is there, it is a condition called delusional. It appears that many modern women are very delusional. You present the evidence to them to the point that there were some women that were calling DaBaby a lame because, he called out Danileigh and held her accountable. I want you guys to look at the clip between DaBaby and Danileigh. And we're going to ask ourselves the question, did Danileigh have an ego that was systonic or dystonic? And we're going to talk about that because the ego is important to understanding why people do the things that they do. Now, as we begin to show you guys this clip, it appears that there is a lot of damage in the black community, also in society. And this damage is impacting us from having solid families and solid relationships. What would happen if we had more normal relationships than dysfunctional ones? So I'm going to play the clip in a minute, but I want you guys to ask yourself the question before I play the clip. Was Danileigh wrong? Was DaBaby wrong? If DaBaby was wrong, hit 2. If Danileigh was wrong, hit 1. Well, was Danileigh and DaBaby both wrong? Hit 3. And should DaBaby have been more open to the issues with Danileigh because she just had his baby and could have been suffering from postpartum depression? So once again, if Danileigh was wrong, hit 1. If DaBaby was wrong, hit 2. If Danileigh and DaBaby both were wrong, hit 3. And was DaBaby wrong and should have been understanding of Danileigh because she was going through postpartum depression, perhaps, and that's the speculation, hit 4. But regardless of what you think, it appears that many guys are tired of society holding our women's hands and not holding them to the same level of accountability that we hold the men. When you look at this video, you're going to see how cops allowed this woman to roam freely, unabated. But imagine that had been a man roaming unabated. You guys know what would have happened if there was a man roaming unabated. He would have been tased or potentially killed. I want you guys to look at this clip, compare and contrast, and ask yourself the question, were the cops too friendly when it came down to Danileigh verbally assaulting this man, DaBaby? So hold tight. Hold tight, guys. Hold tight. All right, so we're about to check it out, guys. Hold tight. You guys tell me what you think.
That's leave. This is real life. This not the shit with your parents. No, let's get you one now. Do you need help? Let's get you a jet. You have to leave. Shawty got to go. Like, what's up? I can't leave. I can't leave. I can't leave. I've been sitting up all night. I can't get no sleep. This is get out. This is get out mixed with. I'm not trying to be. Listen.
You're not. He's a great father. Okay. And you know that, Daniel. Okay. He's a great father, right? Okay. He's a great father. Okay. No, he's a great father, right? Sure.
She's a crazy bitch. You wasn't.
And see, guys, that's the level of disrespect that men often get. You do have a woman that comes to his aid and say he's a great father. But it's often the level of disrespect that you see happening in America often does not happen in other countries. But to see her disrespecting this man after the woman has come to her aid and said that he's a good father is paramount to the conditions that so many men talk about now. Keep listening, guys. Hold tight.
You were my girl.
I wasn't your girl.
Danielle.
I wasn't your girl.
You ain't never been my girl.
Brother is right there.
My
Didn't
brother.
he call me his girl all the time? Don't he call me his girl all the time, Darius? Don't
Darius,
ask your people.
Darius,
they know me as your fucking
Darius,
girl.
what you know Shawty is, Darius?
Oh my God.
What you know Shawty is? Bro, hey, look, bro, this nigga know to have that phone out, man.
That's funny.
This is some trapper black nigga shit playing gone wrong.
Yeah.
That's what this is.
Stop fucking showing.
Yeah, this is trying to trap a nigga gone wrong. I'm not
Trying to
going.
trap a nigga? Are you crazy?
Shawty,
You just
yeah.
came at me last night, you idiot.
Shawty, you beg me. You be
just came at
begging me.
last night, you idiot.
This some Jim.
I asked
Hey,
you,
somebody
why you
tell
coming
Maury
at
to
me?
call
I
baby,
asked
man. Let me run up a quick 10M.
Yeah, okay. Don't ever
Let me run up.
disrespect our
Let me run up a
fucking
quick
child
10M. Somebody tell Maury to call me,
don't
man.
don't
Let's put this shit on Maury. Shorty is more material. Get up out my crib. Come on, get off my table.
Get outside.
Bitch,
This
don't
is
come out here.
Oh my God.
Get up off my table, Shorty.
Oh my God, no.
No, this shit staying on. Call them people to come get Shorty up out my spot.
Go ahead,
Please,
call them to get you and your
call them.
child.
And you know, that's utter disrespect that when a man summons a woman to leave his place to reduce aggression and violence, many times because the women are very emotional, they don't adhere. But I promise you guys, you don't see this kind of disrespect and behavior in other countries because there's a penalty. And why I do not advocate domestic violence. I say that a second time, I don't advocate violence. Violence can occur when you more or less violate other people's spaces. Keep listening. And guys, to the ones that are listening, share the content. Let's get 100 people watching this show tonight, guys. Once again, thank you for your support.
Go ahead.
I'm stuck. Hey, help.
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 You're such a fucking dick.
Help, hey, help me, nigga. Hey, why you sitting there? Do something. Do something, bro. And where's my baby?
Oh, you don't.
You see what I'm saying? Like, Steph, come on.
Your baby is sleeping. I just put her to sleep.
Go back there with her. Go.
No,
You see what
get off
I'm
my
saying?
talking about my business
You,
like that. The
girl,
fuck? That ain't
girl.
no baby world. Ain't nobody was a part of my pregnancy. You weren't a part of my pregnancy. You don't need to tell nobody nothing. The fuck?
So she don't want me to put out her real business what her and her family got going on. That's the real
cool.
issue.
That's not nothing to do with us.
This girl got a real,
Okay,
you know,
that has nothing to do with us.
a real Matilda story type shit going on, you know.
Look at you.
that I tried to save my child from. She got to save her face, her family got to save her face. My family's not in the industry. Me being in the industry that take care of my family, it's a difference. I didn't when hey look, yeah, I didn't, you know, I didn't skeeted in the wrong thing. I got to deal with what come with that.
And, you know, and DaBaby is taking accountability. You know, we talk about these wild women. We talk about these women that have mental health issues. But I want to say something to you young men. You got to exercise discipline and control, because it takes one slip up, and then you get with a woman like this that has apparently some level of mental illness, whether it be organic or situational, your life can be ruined. But imagine if DaBaby hadn't had a camera rolling. And it appears that not only are men like DaBaby coming to their senses in part, many men are coming to their senses in whole when it comes down to some of the toxic relationships with some modern women. It's great to have women like Lulu Bean and Mika G and other ladies, Miss Parker, back to basics, women that are striving to do the right thing. And we know that there are chameleons in this space that really don't have any true desire to see the avocation of the black man, the black woman, and the black family. There's a percentage of women that are genuine. So to those women that are genuine, shout out to you guys.
But my last name, Kirk, is what I do. So I take whatever come with that full responsibility. But Shawty is cuckoo for Cocoa Puff. Shawty is cuckoo for Cocoa Puff. And Shawty is not my girl. Ain't never been my girl. Is my side bitch.
It's your what?
My side bitch. Shawty is a certified side bitch.
Fucking embarrassing me like that.
Shawty is a certified side bitch. Just trying to act like she ain't. No, let's take it there.
And let me ask you guys a question. Even though maybe he shouldn't call the woman that, you know, but then again, you know, if she know that's what it is, why do women get in their feelings trying to make a man of celebrity status like DaBaby become something that he's not? Did he tell this woman that she was just his side piece? I'm not going to use the profanity that he used. Did she know it, or was she delusional? If she was delusional, then once again, that's a byproduct of an ego defense mechanism called ego syntonic, which basically means that she thought based on her delusion, that's how he actually felt. But how many times have men told women that they only wanted to be friends or she's his side chick, and that woman tried to make it something more than what it is? And so a lot of times women say they want honest men, but when men are honest, many can't handle the truth. And it's unfortunate because this child is going to grow up in a level of dysfunction that's synonymous to what we see here in this current culture called America. And it's really sad, guys. It's really sad. Keep listening.
Her parents know she's my side bitch. Everybody knows she's a side bitch. She don't want y'all to know she's a side bitch. She got to save her face. She got to crash all the way out. Call them folks. Save me. Help. You see how Shawty went storming off when that truth came out. Listen, so let me finish telling y'all what I'm telling y'all. Miss me with all that, I'm not going. I had to show y'all, I'm not going. Shawty crazy. I'm not gonna be the one to play that game, you see what I'm saying? But I'm gonna take care of them kids. And if this will come with it, this will come with it. But Shawty being obsessed with my other baby mama, stalking my first baby mama, goddamn.
And you know, DaBaby, even though he was wise to use cameras, he's not making the situation better either. You know, a lot of times these young rappers get money and women, and they continue this cycle of dysfunction. You know, baby mama. I think that's a disgusting word when people use that goofy word, my baby mama. There's no honor in bringing babies into a world without the love and guidance of a healthy home and a healthy relationship. And it's become all so often that terms like baby mama precipitates or permeates within the American culture. We tend to aggrandize dysfunction. We aggrandize dysfunction at the behest of the American family. And because of that, over 70% of children are born in single-parent homes, and over 60 are born in out-of-wedlock situations. And it shows you the more decadence that's appearing in our culture today. So it doesn't make it any easier when men go out here and spread their seed and give their power away. And while DaBaby has money, he's a fool for putting his seed in a woman that could end up being his greatest enemy. Keep listening.
Interfering with the way, you know what I'm saying? I'm raising my child, my oldest child, like, that shit burned out, you know? I'm a grown man with standards, you know what I'm saying? I'm a grown man with standards. And regardless of how shit play out, you know what I'm saying, and what situation I'm put in, I'm gonna stand on the business. And me standing on the business means me doing everything to take care of a kid, cool. If the mama is set up the way the mama's set up, that's my work I gotta put in, that's my responsibility, you know? I'm the one got myself into that, so I gotta, you know, I gotta deal with that accordingly, but at the same time, we not going for none of that, for that shit turning into me getting accused of this and looking like that. No. When the police got called, cause Shorty was in here running around doing crazy shit, hitting
You
me.
wanna fuck both of us?
See what I'm saying?
and
Like,
make it
this
okay.
is
And
not,
I think I'll be okay with that.
you are not my girl. Like, you
I'm
gotta
not your girl,
look
but
at
it's
Shorty.
okay. I'm gonna post
Crazy.
everything since we've been
Post
talking.
it. I gotta
since
listen.
fucking
That's
3
cool.
years ago,
Post
and I'm
it.
not your girl.
Post it.
Masterpiece. What
Post
the fuck?
it.
Why the fuck would you have me in a video? Okay, whatever the fuck. Whatever, bro. Why would you have me around your family? Whatever, bro. Why would you have me in your house? Why would you have me have a closet in your
And it's really sad, man. That's what happens, guys, when, you know, the women don't have strong fathers to guide them. Many women are living vicariously through the fathers they never had by trying to find it in a man. I'm going to say it again. Many young women are trying to live vicariously through a father that they never had, or they're trying to find a man to manifest the traits of a father that they were looking for. Many of these young men are trying to live vicariously, unconsciously or consciously, through toxic mothers because they never got the nurturing that they were looking for. And so when broken people get with broken people, you have a condition called chaos. And that's what you have now. Danileigh and DaBaby are symptomatic of a moral conditioning called social chaos. And guys, it's not getting better. It's actually getting worse. Keep listening.
Why would you have me have a bathroom?
Okay, look, we're gonna check out right now. You know, y'all got my perspective.
Yeah.
I gotta get back to pushing the
you
new
a dumbass.
project out.
That's why. That's
Y'all be
why.
good. Go stream Look Like Something.
All right. Give me 1 minute. All right, so you guys saw it. I saw it. You guys saw the moral and social chaos that we have precipitating now in this modern culture called America. And if you guys have not donated, donate to Cash App $7 Smalls. And also hit the super chat, and let's get this show moving tonight because it's going to be a good show. Some of you young men and women are victims of the situation that you guys saw with Danileigh. And when you see situations like DaBaby and Danileigh, does it take you back on that negative trip? Does it mirror or more or less reflect some of the dysfunction that you've seen in your own family? To the young men that are listening, have you gotten with women like Danileigh, and has it caused you a lot of pain and hurt due to ignorance and not having a strong father to guide you? Mental health is very important. There are a lot of dysfunctional men and women in our society. There are a lot of dysfunctional women that more or less get with dusty men. And some could argue that the baby is dusty because he got several babies by different women. But because I am a male advocate, the baby actually did the right thing by recording this incident with Danileigh, because if he did not record it, it could have got bad. And you guys know that in the court system, it's always the man's fault, and the man often is given a greater penalty than the woman, unfortunately. So let's have a conversation, guys, as we talk tonight. Are modern women victims of their own ignorance? Are modern women victims of their own ignorance? And as we're starting this show, we're going to more or less look at some of these comments, and we're going to try to give credence to what's actually going on in this show and discussion tonight. Cortez Smith said, DaBaby always has been a clown. He said he's not surprised by it. Tim Howard said, Mr. Albert, but we also use their situation for educational purposes. True. And Sweet Lulu Bean said that if men and women are not married, the elders should take over raising the children. The problem is us grandparents don't have the authority over their adult children, and you're correct. We have a very broken culture. Our culture is not as strong as other cultures. And because of that brokenness, you continue to see the cycles of dysfunction that you're seeing now. And the question remains, what will our society look like 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 100 years from now? I remember a time when families were more intact, not perfect, but they were more intact than they are now. But this negative moral chaos that we are seeing now, guys, is getting worse. And once again, DaBaby and Danileigh are more or less just a microcosm, meaning they're a small reflection of a greater macrocosm. And there's an old saying that says art often imitates life. And that's what you're seeing now. You're seeing the art being imitated through entertainment. You're seeing it in your homes. You're seeing it in your communities, whatever's left of the community. You're seeing it in churches. You're seeing it in the synagogues. You're seeing it in the mosque. Because often entertainment is a reflection of society. Music is the reflection of the moral state of where a country is at. And what you're seeing now, guys, is more decadence. It's getting worse and worse and worse. And as I told you guys, there's two types of conditions called ego-systonic and ego-dystonic. A dystonic ego basically means when a person's going through something, they don't like the way that they feel. They don't really like it. But a person that's delusional is going through a condition they call ego-syntonic, which basically means they think that what they are seeing as feeling is actually right. Most sociopaths are like that. And I'm not saying this woman is a sociopath. A lot of our women have narcissistic traits, and some have narcissistic personality disorders or some cluster B personality disorders that's impacted them in a negative way. So guys, please share the content. Share this content. If you have not subscribed to the channel, subscribe to the channel. Hit the like button. Hit all notification buttons. Let's get this channel to 3,000 soon. Hit the super chat. And if you have not, guys, hit Cash App $7 Smalls. And I want to thank all my faithful listeners that have been part of the Manhood Chronicles in this journey to eradicating mental health. I want to thank you guys once again because you guys have been awesome. But we're going to have a conversation, guys, on tonight, and I want guys to pop in as I'm talking. What's wrong with the current world that we live in? What happened to feminine women? Because there appears, guys, to be a denaturing of the modern woman. And what I mean by that, there was a time when feminine demure was normal. There was a time when feminine decorum was normal. There was a time when a woman wanted to exude feminine virtue and feminine grace. But all too often, guys, we see the current conditions that are precipitating throughout our culture in America. We see the Danileighs of the world manifesting negative, masculine behaviors. And all too often, we tend to glorify those negative behaviors. So how can we raise a society, guys? How can we get our children on par where our cultures are so decadent? Shout out to my man Joel for the $10 Cash App. Thank you, brother. Much love and blessings. Thank my man Joel for the $10 super. Joel for the $10 Cash App. Thank you, brother, for the coffee. Much love and blessings, brother. I appreciate it, guys. And once again, guys, I do these shows because I want to see you guys empowered. I want to see our women empowered. I want to see our men empowered. And while this channel is for the avocation of all men, particularly black men, to the good women that are listening, I want you guys to listen and understand why black men are going through the things that they're going through. Black men are not commodities to be stepped on. Black men are not ATM machines to be used. Black men are human beings. All men are human beings, white or black. We have feelings. We desire to be loved. We desire to be respected. We want a home that we can come to when we know that a woman has our back and that she does not have ulterior motives. We want a woman that's not trying to practice carnal hypergamy. As I said in the past, in fair exchange, there is no robbery. There's no robbery in fair exchange. We want women to love us for us, which is probably never happened. But we do want a woman to be balanced and fair in her jurisprudence when it comes down to dealing with a man. So we're going to have a powerful discussion, guys. Share this content with at least 5 to 10 people. Let's get this show to 100 tonight. If you share this show, we'll get it up to 100. I want to see 100 people viewing this show tonight because it's time to see our men get liberated. It's time to see our men get liberated. Mr. D says that European countries, European culture, straight degenerates. Degenerate country did degenerate a so-called culture. I agree with that. Top Gun said this behavior is normalized now. Today's generation see no issues with this dysfunctional behavior because it's so everyday to most. And you're correct, brother, sadly. Tim Howard said that this is why you don't deal with women in Western countries. It just doesn't work when women have too much power. And you're 100% correct, Tim. I just came back from Brazil. And talking to some of the men when I was in the Uber, and even talking to some of the women, just having casual conversations, the women over there said that a lot of the men, some of them don't take care of their kids. The men there, if the women get out of line, there's a consequence. But here in America, we don't have those proper safeguards. And while there are some that are pushing marriage and relationships, because I'm not against it, the question remains, will a man be a fool to get married in America where you have women like Danileigh and when you have men like DaBaby, which does not have any control over his seed? And we understand that DaBaby is a rapper. He got money and status. But if every man operate in the same status in the way of DaBaby, it's going to be very perilous. And so many times people are very sympathetic to women and their plights. But like Michael Jackson said in the past, they don't really care about us. And that's why so many men are frustrated, because 29% of men, guys, are virgins. They're virgins. They're not getting sex. They're not getting love and affection. They're not getting a woman that's going to hold their hand and show them love. And so when a man is not getting that affection, he gets a condition called affection deprivation. And when a man gets affection deprivation, he does one of two things. He suffers on the inside, which turns to an implosion. And eventually that implosion could turn to an explosion. And I said in the past that a hopeless man is a broken man, and a broken man is a very dangerous man. And what you're seeing now, guys, is the ongoing precipitation of what's called apathy. Many men are very apathetic in relationships. They don't see the benefit of getting married anymore. They don't see the vibrance that they saw in their mothers and their grandmothers and great-great-grandmothers. I'm a Gen Xer. I'm 50. But many men have never seen a wholesome, healthy, nurturing, feminine woman. They've never seen it. And when they get it, they don't know how to act, because they don't see it on a regular basis. So I'm going to challenge you guys tonight to have a poignant and a very powerful discussion, because something got to give. Sweet Little Bean said DaBaby didn't reject or disown his children. This woman chose to make him a father and needs to shoulder all the blame. DaBaby did not force anybody to have his child. Danny chose him, and she's correct. And while I feel that men should have some culpability, women are the gatekeepers to sex. Imagine that most women practice what other cultures practice, which is virtue. And they told a man that until you put a ring on my finger, you can't have my body. We won't have a lot of kids being born out of wedlock. And some will argue, well, men need to practice wrapping up. Well, that's true in part. But listen, men are the gatekeepers to relationships. Men determine who they marry. Women determine who they procreate with. And while men and women, it takes two to tango, that's true. At the end of the day, the greatest onus is going to fall back on that woman if she get with a man that's not going to be held accountable. So the woman got to carry the baby for 9 months into gestation. So it's incumbent upon her to get with a man that is going to provide and protect her child and her seed. But our culture is so dysfunctional. We'll hold the men accountable by making him pay child support, but we don't hold the women accountable by, because she participated in illicit sex or what the gospel calls fornication. And it's unfortunate. It's very much unfortunate. Joy in the middle, Tim Howard said that the moment I see the sign, I distance myself from them. And you're right. You got to practice distancing yourself from very toxic women. It's very important. So, guys, let's have a conversation. Please share the content. Share the content with at least 5 or 10 people. Shout out to my man, Shannon Rawls. Much love, brother. Shannon, I want you to pop on if you can at some time, brother. Much love and blessings. The likes are nice, but monetary support is nicer. You're right, brother. Please put 5 on it if you're getting some value from our guy, Mr. Kosher Clinician tonight, y'all. Much love and blessing to Shannon. I love that, brother. And Shannon, we're going to do a show at some point, man, called the Gen X Nexus. We're going to talk about the nexus point when the family began to dissipate. So love and blessings to my man Shannon for the $20 super chat. Much love and blessings to him. And see, it's guys like my friend Shannon Rawls is the Gen X, and guys like Joel that inspires me to continue to do these shows. Shannon's a YouTuber. Go support Shannon Rawls. He's a YouTuber like myself. These shows are very time consuming. And you guys know I'm a licensed therapist. I'm a licensed professional therapist. It's a lot of work. But because I love you guys, I bring you guys content that's conscious for the mind. And every donation that happens, it helps. So once again, guys, share the content. Let's at least get 50 to 100 people watching on tonight. I'm grateful to the 27 that are watching now. But let's get 100 people watching this show, because this show is going to be very important, because it's time to liberate our young men and our young women. Joel, the middle child, said that's why I said especially for black women. I personally believe the non-black women are the hardest to deal with, because they see the value in their femininity and they weaponize it properly. That's important. All right. GCLA said the system is so much against men that an ex-wife can go to court and gain ownership of a man's frozen seed. And that's true. That is very much true. So shout out again once to my man and my brother, Shannon Rawls. Shout out to him. He's an awesome brother, very intellectual. He's a great content creator. He's grown. He's blowing up. He's mushrooming. And like I said, man, we're trying to get this movement moving, because, as I said earlier, we need to continue to empower our men and help them become the better versions of themselves. So, guys, I'm going to drop the link. Let's have a conversation. What's your take on this DaBaby and Danileigh situation? And so, Tim, I'm going to drop the link. I want you to keep this link kosher and hopping for me. And I got some questions for the audience. Are modern women victims of their own ignorance? Lulu Bean doesn't think so. Are modern women victims of their own ignorance? Are modern women saboteurs of their own demise? Are modern women causing themselves to fall precipitously down the rabbit hole? Shout out to my dear friend Lulu Bean. Much love and blessings, Lulu Bean. How are you doing, sister? What's going on?
Hi, Kosha. How are you?
I'm doing great, love. How are you doing?
I am, but I didn't realize how handsome you were.
Well, thank you, dear.
He's handsome. I mean, whoever's married is you're a very handsome man.
Who's handsome? Me?
Yeah, very, very.
Handsome. Well, it's that chocolate swag. Like my man Shannon. We got that salt and pepper game. So I really appreciate that. Thank you, dear. I appreciate that.
I don't know. Do you want to ask me something specific?
So I got a myriad of questions, sweet Lulu Bean. When you think about what's going on with Danileigh and DaBaby, I said that it's a microcosm of a macrocosm. And I want to ask you the question, are modern women victim of their own ignorance? And if so, tell me why.
Ignorance and ego. And modern women cannot be, modern westernized women cannot be taught.
Right.
You can't even, black men can't even, don't even have the space to say, I'm thinking of, and I tried to make this point on the lead attorney's show, talking about how it's time to stop asking women, black women, for their opinions on the experiences of black men.
Mm-hmm.
It's time that we come into men's spaces and actually listen to what men have to say.
Right.
And I was trying to say shows like the Lapeef show, where you have women like Kay,
Mm-hmm.
where you have women like Courtney, who's just left. I
Right.
think
Right. Mm-hmm.
are also to blame. Courtney was on O'Shea's show today, and I think
I saw it.
And I
I
think
saw
she was very, very disingenuous
Mm-hmm.
in leaving the show. Anton, a black man, went out of his way to try and guide her,
Mm-hmm.
went out of his way to try and lead her because as women, black women are always asking brothers for protection. Well, they're always asking brothers to respect them. And Anton
Right.
did just that. And look
Right.
at the Lapeef show. Look at the women on that show. What respect? How have they learned and evolved by being on that show?
Mm-hmm.
They haven't. So I think it's also time that men, the one thing that I do like about the lead attorney is he's like Kevin, in that he is a true male advocate.
Right.
My issue is Danileigh chose to make the baby a father.
Right.
She chose him. He didn't go out looking for her.
Right.
And the modern woman has so many options in terms of whether she wants to carry a baby or whether she doesn't want to carry a baby.
Mm-hmm.
And she is under his house.
Mm-hmm.
Firstly, she has his child and she's under his house.
Right.
I mean, she already won by being allowed into his house. All
Right.
she had to do now was play the game, be the man's piece, take care of him, look after him, and be a woman to that man. Give
Right.
him no cause to complain.
Right.
She was in a better position than any other woman. She was already under his roof. All she had to do was play her position.
No doubt. Right.
But she doesn't know how to be masculine. She's so much into her masculine. She doesn't know how to be feminine, and she doesn't know how to respect a black man. You can call the baby anything you want to call him, but he took that woman and put that woman under his roof. He didn't have to do that. He didn't have to do that. Nobody is speaking about the fact that she was under his roof, that he made that decision to let her in there and to take care of her.
Mm-hmm.
So she clearly did something for him to say, get out. She clearly did something for him to say, okay, clearly you being in my space isn't working out for you. Let me look for somebody else. Get out. She didn't differentiate herself from anybody else that was in his life.
Mm-hmm.
So he's got there's nothing that I'm blaming him for. He's taking care of his kids. He's owning his kids. He hasn't disowned his kids. He's not making her go to court and prove this and that. What I saw was a belligerent woman who was ungrateful for what the father of her child went and did for her. That's what I saw.
Mm-hmm. 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 You know, sweet little being, when you look at this, you know, these mental distortions that you see in America, how would that behavior have been dealt with in South America, in your opinion?
So, you know, things are slowly becoming westernized, but culturally speaking, if you're not married, whether you're a man or a woman, your parents step in. You go home and you have the support of the grandparents, and that child becomes their child, seeing that you can't step into the adult role of being married and taking care of that child. But as Tim Howard pointed out, is that, you know, it's the destruction of the black family is generational.
Right.
You know, like you said, you have the previous generation who are also single, and you have the previous generation, you know, who don't have an inheritance to leave to this generation in terms of culture, in terms of monetary value. So there's a lot that's wrong.
Yes, it's a lot that's wrong, and it appears, unfortunately, sweet Lulu being that it's getting worse and worse. And when you have women like yourself that try to hold women accountable, they call you pick-me's, even though you're married, but they'll call you a pick-me, but you know, you got a husband. And
yeah,
you know,
they'll call you a pick-me, or they'll accuse you of looking down on American Black women. They'll accuse you of being a foreign woman that doesn't respect a Black woman. And that's not the case. I support the Black woman. She's my sister.
Right.
At the end of the day, married to the same Black men that I uphold and have respect for. So
Right.
how can I look down on her? How can I not want the best for her? Because she is me.
And you know, it's unfortunate. So when you talk about, you know, I did recently remember that Kay had left the Lapeef show. I mean, not Kay, Courtney. What's your prognosis about that? You said that she wasn't being guided, because I saw that she just, you know, eventually went away.
Arrogance. Firstly, it was, and I remember saying to Courtney that she needs to be careful with her outlook and supporting a person like Kay. And I told her that what will happen is you will leave the Lapeef show and you will leave Kay, who's got nothing to contribute, nothing of substance, no truth that is actually going to move us forward. Right. And what I would have liked to see Courtney do is ask her fans. I was a staunch fan of Courtney when she came, because we finally had a woman, a Black woman in a man's space that was willing to listen, that was willing to reflect the feminine characteristics or traits that Black men were looking for. And that's what she stood for. And I don't think she understands the symbolism and the hope that a lot of people had for her, both men and women. And I wish that she would have humbled herself and she would have believed enough in Anton, in the show, to humble herself and ask people, what is it that you see in me? But instead, she became a chameleon. Instead, she reverted to all the tropes that Black men complain about. She was disrespectful. She was belligerent. She didn't listen. Nothing could be said. And like I said, Anton was a Black man. Anton and Jerry were Black men that wanted to cover her, give her the protection, and give her guidance. And she was very disrespectful and ungrateful to them. But in the same breath, like I said, I also think that they're responsible for women like Kay and Courtney, because they don't hold them accountable, and they're still asking them to have opinions on the thoughts and the experiences of Black men. Black women don't ask, Kosha, Black women don't ask, Black men, how they feel Black men have let them down when it comes to their hair texture, when it comes to the dark-skinned Black women. They have all these complaints about Black men that they don't ask. Right. So why are Black men asking Black women to speak on their experiences?
Right. It's almost like when Black men share their pain, is minimized or more or less excoriated, more or less. Shout out to my dear friend Anya Nenya. I think I'm saying her name right. Hey, the kosher clinician, I don't even want to be so modern that my traditional core and amazing upbringing doesn't shine brighter. And shout out to you, dear. It appears that some of our African sisters are raised totally different than American Black women. And once again, that's not to denigrate the good sisters in America that are trying to do the right thing. There was a time, guys, when our Black women exuded some of the feminine demure of women like Lulu Bean, women like Miss Parker, back to basics, Tamika G's. Our women exuded some of those characteristics. But now it's almost like if you exude those characteristics, you're seen as less than. I never really understood how being feminine can be mocked and mimicked. And what women don't understand, that their greatest virtue is their femininity. Joel, the middle child, what are you getting from this conversation? Are modern women victims of their own ignorance? And if so, tell me why.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's a little static. You have some static in the back. Go ahead, brother.
My headset's been acting up. I'm on my phone, but my Bluetooth has been acting up. But if you can, you said you can hear me, right?
I can hear you, yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I had talked about the situation with DaBaby. Actually, I was on King Talk, and there was a bit of a misunderstanding between me and the lead attorney, because I was coming from the point of origin where I was like, you shouldn't be putting yourself in a position to deal with those type of women to begin with. However, I was still getting where his side was coming from, which was, from the general situation, which is, of course, yes, she's in the wrong for what she was doing, and I'm very well aware that she probably wasn't putting hands on him like she would have been if the camera wasn't going, you know. So it's like I'm aware that she was being chaotic. I don't believe that whole postpartum, that postpartum depression thing. That's not a valid excuse. You still need to know. You still need to act right. And also at the latter end, because there's tiers of levels. Of course, DaBaby, he's got the overall tier for dealing with her. Then it's on her for acting the way she acted, and then at the bottom, he didn't help with the ad hominems. Even while he was recording, he was calling her the names and all that stuff. That was unnecessary. It was actually he was actually escalating the situation. If you ask me,
I agree with that. Right.
So he shouldn't have been doing that. But other than that, he wasn't in the wrong. Like other than choosing her, he shouldn't have done that. But she was totally in the wrong in that video. But I do believe. You said women suffer from their own ignorance. Right. Mm-hmm. Yes. I mean, yeah, that is true. I mean, a lot of people do, but when we talk about women in general, especially today, it's like they don't understand the world works or has been working a certain way for a reason. Mm-hmm. Men have been the workers and women have been the housewives for a reason, but they seem to want to fight against that narrative for some reason.
Right. Shout out to my man, hold for a minute. Shout out to my man Top Gun for the $5 super chat. Shout out to you, brother. He said, shout out to the true women on this platform. Let's break the sisterhood one at a time. And you're correct, Top Gun. We need women like Lulu Bean, the Mika G's, the Miss Parker Back to Basics, sisters that are trying to do the right thing, sisters that are striving. Because the sentiment is that many women in male spaces are chameleons, but I believe that these women are genuine women. And I believe that they're trying to learn and trying to grow and trying to empower the sisters that want to listen. Because every woman does not have an agenda that's in a male platform. Do some have agendas? I'm sure they do. But there are some good sisters in these spaces that are trying to learn, they're trying to listen, and they're trying to make up for the errors they made in their younger years so they can get husbands, or like sweet Lulu Bean, she already have a husband, tell women what they need to do to get the outcomes that they need and or deserve. And then also shout out to my dear friend, Mika G. Thank you, love, for the $10 super chat. Mika G said, at the Coaching Commission, looking forward to your upcoming content as we continue to address the matters that have been detrimental to our families and communities. And yes, love, that's why I'm doing what I do. And, it's disappointing because I am a licensed clinical therapist. I matriculated at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. I have 3 degrees. I worked in law enforcement. I worked as a teacher. So my background is very diverse. And shows like this, we need to get the message out because there are not black male therapists in these spaces. And so we need to get the message out because there's a lot of mental health issues in our communities that's causing us to falter. And that's why I do what I do as a licensed therapist, because I want to see our women win. I want to see good women that are trying to get good men win. I want to see the black men that are broken win with good women. I want to see the black family back in unison to some degree, whatever's left of the black family and the black community, because many men don't have any faith in the system or the sisterhood of the modern black woman, which is so sad and so sad. But sweet Lulu Bean, you talk about these chameleons in these men's spaces. And I want you to talk more in detail, because I did see the show a couple of hours ago with O'Shea and Kay. I mean, not Courtney. Yeah, and so why do you think she is being manipulative, or more or less trying to use male spaces to push her own agenda, in your opinion?
I also wanted to ask, let me answer the Courtney question, but I don't want to forget that I'm going to ask you and Joel a question, the both of you. So regarding Courtney, firstly, she comes on very feminine, very aware of how she dresses, very soft-spoken, very agreeable. And then I don't know when she just did this 360 when Anton brought on Amira, who is Lebanese. And I've noticed this, like I said, because I've also had it where if any women from any outside culture has anything to say to Western Black women about what they see, it's automatically race-based, or it's automatically culture-based. And that's where Courtney took it to as soon as Amira came on. Anton was just bringing somebody from a different culture, who you can see comes from a very submissive culture in terms of, being a second wife, how she deals with her husband. And Courtney made it race-based, and Black women don't like being compared to anybody else, but they have no issues. I don't hear the same Black women having issues with Cynthia G insulting Black men up and down. I don't see the same women having issues with how Kay speaks to the Chicago Rillers, speaks to the men that come, and all the men that come onto that platform. So that's my issue. And then as soon as she has issues, and Anton is trying to speak to her, I mean, so many shows have been done on Courtney, and like I said, not once did she sit down and actually confront these people or confront her fans about why they're saying the things they say. Instead, she remained defiant, she remained belligerent, and now she's running to another show where there is no male voice, no true male voice, except her own. So, I mean, she's very disingenuous. She needs to go back to the Lapeef show, and she needs to face the public hissy fit that she had. And maybe there's something to learn. I still get corrected by my husband.
Right. Yes, ma'am.
Up till today. And I because I understand that I can be wrong. And that's something that women in this country seem to have an issue with, is you can't be told you're wrong. And being wrong doesn't mean that you're a bad person. But not the ability of not being able to be wrong, the ability of not being able to be corrected says something about your character.
Right. It says a lot about many character. And once again, they become saboteurs of their own demise. And, and that's why I do these shows of Sweet Lulu Bean and Joel the Miller Child, because I try to bring awareness to the cognitive dissonance that so many are having. And I saw the discourse that you had with the lead attorney. I think you got both of you guys were correct. I think what Lee was saying is that when it comes down to men, we tend to, always hold men accountable, but we don't hold women accountable. But what you were saying, Joel, the Miller Child, is that he shouldn't have put himself in a predicament. You was not saying that she was wrong for doing what she did to him, but basically what you were trying to say is that men should be more aware of the type of women that they're dealing with, so they won't get caught up in those kind of scenarios in the first place. Correct?
Yes, but it was also because I know that he was aware of how she acted prior to him impregnating her, et cetera, et cetera. So he was aware of her action. Now, if it was a different situation where I was actually talking in the chat why other types of women are a little bit more dangerous because they know how to weaponize their femininity. So say you're with a woman where she is nice and gentle to begin with, and then you get together, have a family, and then all of a sudden she switches up later on. Now in that situation there was no way for him to know, and then it's all but in this situation he knew exactly how she was, and he still proceeded with her.
I agree with that. Right. I totally agree with that. Men that know that they're dealing with women that have mental issues, or they lack the ability to control themselves, then they put themselves in predicaments that can cause them destruction and pain. And so the question could say that modern men sometimes could be victims of their own ignorance and or awareness. And so if you're a victim of your own awareness, you chose to put yourself in that predicament, then you deserve what you get. But I think what men are saying is that a lot of times, and what the lead attorney was saying, as I said earlier, that when it comes down to males and male-based issues, we are always held accountable for our behaviors. But a lot of time our women are not. And I think that's what the greater discussion was. I talked about the microcosm of the current society that we have, Joel the Miller Child and Sweet Lulu Bean. And we said that the microcosm is a reflection of a greater macrocosm. Why do you guys think that's the case based on your anecdotal evidence? Why is DaBaby and Danileigh a reflection of the broader society, in your all's opinion?
Jules, do you want to go first? Okay. Kosha, I just wanted to ask you and Joel something, like I said before. I really do want to ask you a question, but I'm about to forget. Mm-hmm. So, from what I have seen, is a man can be with any kind of woman. You, at your age, can be a husband to a young woman.
Right.
So it's women who have to sort of be more aware about the personality of their husband than the other way around, because men, from what I have seen, tend to be more tolerant, and men have more room for differences. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So I've seen men have more than one wife and the wives are different. I've seen situations where, you know, a man has had to take on a brother's wife because he the brother passed away, and then you're taking on a whole new family. So I've always seen that men are adaptive. This thing of, you know, men have to be careful about what kind of women they go for. I don't necessarily think it goes for men. I think a man is able to be with any woman that will respect him. Mm-hmm. I think a man is able to be with any woman that he is attracted to, as long as she stays in her feminine role. That's mm-hmm. You get what I'm trying to say.
Yes,
it's
ma'am.
women that are very specific, that want a man from this status or this caliber. A rich man can date a waitress, can date a cashier. It's a woman that won't be able to do the same thing. Date, as in a rich woman, date down, whereas a man can.
Right.
So that's what I'm trying to say, that the stand is that, or this thing of looking at men not being able to be with certain women, I don't think that's necessarily true of men as it mm-hmm. is with women. And I just wanted to find out, am I wrong? Because that's what I have seen. So this thing of the date.
Yeah, I think what you're saying in general, men with status can date out. But give me a minute, sweetie. I want to shout out these cash apps. Shout out to my dear sister Kelly. I love Kelly. I call Kelly Tinkerbell for the $10 super chat. She said, I'm here listening to the Coaching Commission. I'm Vivid Life. Kelly for the $10 super chat. Thank you, love. And if you're listening, Kelly, I would love for you to pop in too, because I love to hear from genuine sisters like yourself. You're one of the rare gems in this space. And guys, go support My Vivid Life. She has an awesome channel. She's a Gen Xer, and I got much love and respect for her, as well as I do to all the sisters that are listening. And shout out to my man Tim Howard for the $5 cash out. Black men's rights, no doubt, because we got to empower black men so that we can empower our women, because some of our women don't understand that when black men are empowered, black women, once again, are empowered as well. So shout out to the crew for donating to the channel. I love you guys. Guys, get this channel. Let's get this show to at least 50 to 100 people tonight. It should be at least 100 people listening to this show, because we need to get this message out. We got about 25 listening. If everybody would share this show tonight, we can get at least 50 to 100 people watching. I want to get the algorithm charged up, guys. This is a good show. We got some very intelligent people on the panel. Sweet Lulu Bean, Joel the Middle Child. He's always brings a lot of clarity to the discussion. So, guys, please share the content. Share the content with at least 5 people. Let's have at least 100 people watching this show tonight. We got about 27 in. And so let's get the algorithm triggered, because they need to hear, the men need to hear, and the women need to hear about the issues that are impacting the black community. So I want to ask you a question, Sweet Lulu Bean, as it relates to Danileigh and DaBaby. Why does it appear that the courts are not fair to men on domestic issues? When men commit the same atrocities, meaning put their hands on a woman, the penalty is harsh. Why is that in your best estimation? And then I want Joel the Middle Child to add clarity to it as well.
From what I'm seeing, the history of America has been to destroy the black person. And one of the best ways to do that is to destroy the man, because that's the protector. That is the representation of the creator here on earth. The spiritual the spiritual power of a man, of the black man specifically. I don't think it's fully understood what the black man truly is. So society as a whole, I mean, that's what history has done. It's to write the black man's history out of the books. It's to destroy anything great that he has done. And right. they've taught society as a whole and the women to also continue to denigrate the black man.
Yeah, and I totally agree. It appears to be some levels of mental permutations when it comes down to denigrating the image of the black man. You know, I always said that if I had to guesstimate that God himself was black and the devil knew that God was black, that's why he hates the black man. That's just my theory. I don't know how true it is. But Joel, the Miller Child, when you hear these discussions and when you hear the injustice, when it comes down to fairness as it relates to domestic issues with black men, in your best estimation, why do you think that's the case, sir?
Well, I believe this condition throughout, this country's history, black men are less than human, both by the greater society and also by black women, unfortunately, as well. Mm-hmm. So black men have no ally, by majority. Like, of course, there are some, but like I said, by majority, no, we can't say we do have an ally except mm-hmm. ourselves. Mm-hmm. And I think, what was it? I was watching a video the other night with Dr. Tia Son, and I believe his name is Green Gorilla.
Green Gorilla, right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and they were watching the old clip of a guy that was literally talking red pill talking points back in like the 70s, 80s, a black man. Mm-hmm. I can't remember his name, but he was talking and he was looking at statistics. And at the time, which I got to look him up today, he was like, there's more black men that get killed by women than there are the other way around at the time. So this was like back in the 70s, 80s. So even then, you still had more women killing black men than you had black men killing their spouses. You see what I'm saying? So right. It's like, it's kind of just, I don't know. Like, I don't even know if there ever has been a time where that hasn't been the case, Mm-hmm.
And it seems like it's getting worse and worse. There was a time that I remember a time in America where black men were held at a higher level of regard now. But, when women say, get out of my space, men are expected to listen. But when men say, get out of my space, then some of our women are so immature that they become victims of their own ignorance, but also put themselves in predicaments where that man might strike. Because based on Harvard studies, women are the initiators of domestic violence. But once they initiate it, the man normally takes it to the next level once he's been pushed to the point that he'll snap. And so it's very much unfortunate. I would like for someone else to pop in. Tim, I think Tim has dropped the link. I want to hear from some more brothers. And I'm going to continue this ongoing discussion about Danileigh and DaBaby. Are modern men exercising logic and precision on leaving toxic women? Are you guys beginning to see a cadre of modern men that are leaving toxic women? Are you seeing young millennials and zennial men and also some Gen X men begin to say, I'm not going to deal with toxic modern women? What are you seeing, Sweet Lulu Bean? Are you seeing men in America begin to leave toxic relationships? And also, while Sweet Lulu Bean is talking, Tim, drop the link. I want some more guys to pop in, and let's continue this discussion.
Men are very loyal. American men are very, very loyal. You don't have a lot of American men not with African American women. So no, not necessarily. I'm not seeing this mass exodus of men as yet. And the men's spaces are speaking specifically to African American women because those are their women, and that they're still trying to rectify the situation with their women, from what I see.
Right. So it sounds like to me is that you feel, based on what you see, that there are more loyal men that are staying on the plantation versus leaving the plantation. Is that what I'm hearing?
Exactly.
Because I get the sentiment that there's a percentage of black men that are leaving, but you might be correct. But to some of the guys that are listening to me and Sweet Lulu Bean, I would like for you guys, some of the guys, to drop in and add to the conversation. I dropped the link I would love for some of you guys to come in and add to the conversation. Are modern men exercising logic and precision on leaving toxic women like Danileigh? Are they beginning to do the shallow work in the introspection and say that I deserve better? What are you guys seeing? The link that's been dropped, make sure they click on the link. And for the guys that are listening, let's continue to add to the discussion with Lulu Bean, because I love to have women that are logical mixed in with masculine men and more or less giving their points of reference to why so many of our women are going down this negative rabbit hole and why some are not willing to introspect and look within themselves to change their course or trajectory of action. So the link has been dropped. Let's continue to add to the conversation with Sweet Lulu Bean. Sweet Lulu Bean, we've talked about the fake femininity movement. And, we just saw violent women like Danileigh exercise some of her negative virtues. But why do you think this fake femininity movement is permeating not only within men's spaces, but in general? Why do you think that's the case as a woman, looking at it from a woman's perspective?
Again, from what I see, is it's not just in men's spaces. Women don't seem to be aware that they aren't women. And a lot of women think that just because they want a man to take care of them, that they are women. And you get what I'm trying to say? And that's not the case. They don't understand that it's more than wanting a man to take care of you. That's not what makes you a woman. It is respecting that man. And like I said, women don't understand. How are you going to have feminine women and women that don't even understand that they're not feminine in their thinking and in their actions, when they don't really know what the role of a man is beyond a man catering for a woman? And it's the other way around, and I don't understand what's there. The man offers you provision, he offers you a lifestyle, he offers you protection, and in turn, as a woman, all you need to do is cater to that man.
Right.
You are the one to cater to him, not the other way around. He's working for you. He's sweating for you. He's putting himself on the front lines. The one who is supposed to cater, the one who is supposed to bend, the one who is supposed to be his peace, the one that is supposed to maintain the relationship is you. Otherwise, what else are you doing? Right. Like I said, Kosha, my question is, she had the baby's child. He put her in his house, under his roof, and he was taking care of her. What else did she have to do except make that man happy and raise his child? She was in a better position than all of those other women that weren't under his roof. Right. Why couldn't she make it work? She was halfway there. She was way ahead of the competition. She was with him all the time. How don't you make that situation work? Right. And also, women don't understand competition. They don't understand that competing is putting yourself in the position to be good for that black man, to deserve that black man. Right. Right. And it appears that some of our women, or many of our women, Sweet Lulu Bean, don't want to compete. They don't want to compete, It's derogatory. It's being a pick-me. It's having low self-esteem. So you're telling me that the black man isn't good enough to be catered to. The black man isn't good enough for you to make happy. The black man isn't good enough, to have you work as hard for him as he does for you. Like, who do you think you are? Or how little do you think of him then? Right. Sweet Lulu Bean, let's look at this thing from a cerebral perspective. You're from South Africa. The level of non-femininity, it appears that you see it more in South Africa. Is that the case? Or do you see femininity eroding also in South Africa? I think femininity is eroding everywhere. South African women, because of social media, are trying now to be like African American women. They think that all they have to do now is show their bodies, because what women here go and get plastic surgery for, everybody that side and their mother has it naturally. So, now it's all we have to do is just be pretty. But I think also the thing about South Africa is the reality of the situation there is men have a lot of opportunities. Men aren't as desperate for sex, aren't as desperate for women. So, a woman can do whatever she thinks she's going to do on social media. At the end of the day, the reality of the situation is men are still men in South Africa, I think.
Overall, correct?
Overall, yeah.
No doubt. My vivid life, and to some other guys that listen, let's join the conversation because, you're beginning to see this violent nature by women like Danileigh. And, ladies, when men tell you, listen, you're just going to be a side chick, why do so many women get in their feelings and try to make that man change his mind? I never understood that. Women say they want honest men. They want men that are honest. But when men actually exude honesty, Sweet Lulu being, some of these women try to change the trajectory of the relationship and try to mold that man into something that man said that he didn't want in the first place. Shout out to my man Solo Dolo for the $2 super chat. Thank you, brother. And Solo Dolo said they are selfish and expect us to be selfless slaves. And I agree with that. Solo Dolo is a term that I created called the commodification of subjugation as it relates to solipsistic behavior. And it basically means that men become commodities or tools to selfish women. They only see them as a tool and nothing else. And because of that, I think a lot of men are getting frustrated. And when you hear platforms that more or less try to empower men from a mental health perspective and many other perspectives, men now beginning to see that they have inherent worth and value, which is going to put them in a position that they won't be manipulated. So once again, Sweet Lulu Bean and I are having an awesome conversation. I would like for some of the guys to come on and add to the conversation. To some of the women that are listening, I want you guys to come in and add to the conversation as well, because once again, this is a dialogue, not a monologue. And communication, we're going to have solutions for our communities. Sweet Lulu Bean, you talk about the permutations and the precipitation of Western thought infiltrating in African countries. When did this start in your best estimation, with some of these negative American ideas coming to countries like South Africa, coming to West Africa, coming to Central Africa? When did you see this great shift or migration when a lot of the women were being infiltrated by negative American ideas?
I really think it's with the advent of social media, especially Instagram, and I'm seeing it more and more now, because before in South Africa, you're not going to be able to walk down the street in bum shorts. And certain they've been trying to do things like that. You're not going to get very far down the street without being insulted, without being shamed, without being made to feel like you're cheap. But then you see all these women, trying to do it on social media. But like I said, I think what's the thing about Africa is social media and the real world are two distinct different things.
Right.
Whereas here in America, you can be naked on Instagram and on the street. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I also need to ask you something, Kosha.
Yes, ma'am.
With regards to, I want to go back to holding Black men, these standards, what I call unreasonable standards that we hold Black men to. When the police came, you could clearly see Danileigh was being belligerent,
right
to the authority of the policeman.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
while speaking to the policeman before the baby came on, she was rude and she was calling him names. Mm-hmm. Why are we expecting him to hold himself to a certain standard when he is, I like I said, if a woman decides to speak with disrespect to a man and treat a man with disrespect, that man has every right to do the same thing to that woman, because until men change and show women the consequences of that bad behavior, women in this country, women everywhere will keep disrespecting men. And like I said, even I have been out of turn sometimes where I speak, and my husband has got to, who do you think you are? Who do you think you're speaking to? And I am married, and I'm telling you, I am still corrected. I'm on the phone, and I am still corrected. That's hubby in the back.
Okay.
And that I'm still corrected as a wife, that I understand that I'm under his roof, I am under his rules, and he is the head. He's my guide.
Right. Yes, ma'am. And you know what? That takes a lot of level of self-introspection, self-awareness, but also maturity, sweet Lulu Bean. You know, every woman, even good women like you, wrestle with what the gospel called the flesh. And every woman, even good sisters like yourself, wrestle and more or less sometime on a conscious and unconscious level want power in the relationship. But the good thing is that you are aware of that and you're willing to auto-correct when you get out of line. So I say kudos to you and kudos to your husband for holding you accountable when you get out of line. But when did you get to this level of maturity, sweet Lulu Bean? Have you always been that way, or did you evolve into the woman that you are today?
Being married, my husband, sorry, my husband raised me. I did a lot of my growing up with my husband. When I came here, I was about the Black woman. You know, I was down with the cause, and it took his patience, it took his guidance, and it took having to understand, like I said, I had to understand who he was as a man in my life for me to understand who I was supposed to be as the woman in his life. Right. And that's powerful. I see I am Courtney Michelle. Courtney, I would love for you to pop in and add to this conversation. And, you know, you might disagree with some of the things that sweet Lulu Bean or I have said, but I would love for you to come in and defend yourself because this is a conversation. We're not here to attack you. I respect you. I've seen you on the Lapeef Network, and I've actually spoken a couple of times when you were up there. And you may not agree with everything that I said, but you were respectful, and I appreciate that. But so if you would like to come in and defend yourself and add to the conversation, please do, because once again, this is a dialogue, not a monologue. So I would love to hear your points of reference because, you know, many men are looking for genuine women. Many men, Courtney Michelle, feels that some women in these spaces are chameleons. They're not genuine. And I don't know you. I mean, I think you do exude some level of feminine demure. I think you're a very attractive woman. But some men feel that many women in men's spaces are not genuine, that they are fake. And so when we have sisters like Lulu Bean, she's saying that she will call out women that are more or less exuding the decorum that should be exuded, because, you know, men are tired of charlatans, men are tired of chameleons. They want genuine women that are willing to cooperate and fall in line. So I would love for you to pop in and defend yourself. And but if you choose not to, thank you for listening. And to the men that are listening, some of the guys, I want you to come in and pop in and add to the conversation as well. Shout out to Ema Z. He said, we black men can't give consequences in the United States. And that's a problem. And you are correct, brother. Many times black men can't give consequences for the social malfeasance that we see here in America, you know? And, you know, and that's true, because of behavior modification in a relationship, the man and the woman must benefit. But in a situation where one is given power and one is not given power, then it's not an equilibrium. And in a relationship, it should be an equilibrium. It should not be a disequilibrium. And that's what's happening more and more today in societies. Black men are tired of deferring power. They want power. And so in order for women to get the power, they must be genuine in their femininity. They must be genuine in their decorum. They must be genuine in their willingness to cooperate with the man, because in cognitive science or in behavioral science, needs drive behaviors. And men defer power when they don't demand power. But men get power when they demand it and hold their women accountable. And that's why we have these discussions, because I want women to be in sync with good men that are actually genuine women. So Courtney, if you're available, I would love for you to come on and have a conversation, because I would love to hear your points of view in this conversation, because I do respect you. I don't know you. I know you from afar, but I do respect your position. So hold tight. All right, let me see. Solo Dolo said that, he said that, okay, anyway. Yeah, and so another question might be, to the guys that are listening. And once again, Courtney, please drop on. Tim dropped the link for Courtney so she can come on. The red pill is a condition. Okay, so Courtney is popping on. So
Hi, Courtney. How you doing, dear? What's going on?
Hi, I'm doing well. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you for this discussion. So, Courtney, I'm sure you've been listening. How would you like to add to the conversation with Sweet Lulu Bean and I, as we're talking about women that are more or less not exuding feminine virtue and also a feminine decorum? What's your take on that? And also, many men, Courtney, feel that there are a lot of women in these spaces that are exuding what's called fake femininity. What's your take on that?
Yeah. Well, to speak as far as with Lulu had a lot to say as far as the video that I did with O'Shea, which I found very interesting because Lulu, nor does anyone necessarily know me. And the comments that she was making was alluding that I need to listen and be led by men, that I need, she kept talking about the Lapeef Network as if she works there, as if she was on the panel, as if she understood, anything, any backstories, which she doesn't. So I find it quite interesting that she talks about femininity, and one part of understanding what femininity is understanding your place and your role. And to speak about something that you do not know, to disrespect a woman that you've never spoke to, never maybe sent a message to, but to do it on a platform.
I've sent you plenty of messages, Courtney. This is not the first time that you're meeting me. And no, I don't know you in your personal life.
I'm sorry. Let's not overtalk.
Okay, sweetie.
And be respectful.
Okay.
Thank you. So again, I found it very, very interesting for me, and understanding, going about submission and things like that. Submission is very important. I think women should submit, particularly to their husbands. I'm not letting any just man lead me. And so for Lulu to have these disparaging comments towards me, towards a woman that she doesn't know, nothing about the situation, didn't even say the situation was bad. Sometimes people have a job and want to do something else. It's nothing wrong with that. Do not tell me how I should move, Lulu, if you don't know me. Worry about you being a wife. If you think I'm fake feminine or a chameleon, let me handle that. If you don't want to listen to anything that I create, that's definitely on you. But to be disparaging to another woman of something that you do not know is nonsensical.
Can I speak?
Absolutely.
All right. Don't play the emotional role, sweetheart. You are on YouTube, and being on YouTube, I thought we were going to let each other speak. So being on YouTube and being in the men's spaces, there are a lot of platforms that a person listens to, not just one platform.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't tell a person what to listen to and what not to listen to. And yes, I don't know you in personal life. I am strictly going by how you have presented yourself on YouTube publicly, which has nothing to do with what's going on in your head, because I don't know what's going on in your head. But in terms of how you carried yourself on the Lapeef show, not once did you question why former fans. This is not the first time you're coming across me, Courtney. I was a hardcore fan all the way from the days where Kay had issues with you, and I would always defend you when it came to Kay, way back. So don't lie and say this is the first time that you've come across me. And I remember, and I said,
Lulu, I don't know you, ma'am.
Courtney, you said,
I don't know you.
Courtney, both of us, I thought we were going to have a conversation.
All right, Lulu, you're going to be loud, be feminine now.
And then on top of everything else, the question that was asked was, the Pink Show did a show about you. It's not just one person that's coming out or one platform that's coming out and saying that you did a 360. Not once did you have the maturity to actually sit down and try and figure out why people are saying what they're saying. Instead, you became K. You became belligerent, you became defensive. And then when it goes back to being led and this and that, I said, Anton, a black man, put you on, gave you the opportunity, gave you a public platform. And Anton was very vocal about wanting the best for you. Anton was very vocal about wanting to go out and make sure you were a success. And that's the first person that you went out and you had issues with when he brought a mirror on. And that's what everybody has said. This is not the first time that you're hearing. This has got nothing to do with me knowing you. I am strictly speaking about the public space and what people have seen and heard from you. Period. And me having something to say and me having an opinion when we are talking about Black issues and social issues is not insulting. It is not me coming at your neck. It is me having dialogue. That's what dialogue sounds like.
Well, thank you, Courtney, for listening. I want to ask you a question because Lulu Bean brings forth some very poignant questions. You know, I always look. So what? Were you saying something?
Go ahead. Well, I was going to respond, but go ahead. I can respond to Lulu.
Okay, all right. But, you know, in conjunction to what Sweet Lulu Bean is saying, I want you to add to what she was saying as well, because I did enjoy you on the Lapeef Network. And so I want to ask you a question in conjunction to what Sweet Lulu Bean is saying. Are modern women victims of their own ignorance? Are they saboteurs of their own demise? So I want you, it's a loaded question. I want you to respond to Sweet Lulu Bean's question, but then I want you to respond to that question as well.
Okay. So, well, first off, with Lulu, I don't know you. And if you've said or been on the show or said something to me, you know, I appreciate that, but I do not know you. I'm sorry. It's a call-in panel that was on hours on end for me to remember every single woman that called. I don't. So Lulu, I'm not lying. I don't know who you are. Again, you speaking about Anton and things. Anton is a great. Lapeef panel is a great. I've never discouraged, disparaged, or anything with the network. So for you to say you did this to him and you did that, ma'am, you don't know anything that happened. This is entertainment. It's YouTube. When we get off YouTube, when we get off the shows, we actually have personal conversations with each other that no one knows about. So for me to try to, you know, go back and forth with you or anyone that has something to say or want to call me this and that, that's fine. You have that. Everybody's not going to like you. I'm not going to disparage Kay like you just did. Kay has a difference of opinion, but I'm not going to disrespect her. You might not have liked her or whatnot, and that's definitely fine. However, you don't know anything that has happened behind the scenes. Me not being on the panel anymore doesn't mean that anybody was disrespected. It's just someone moving on to another platform or something that they want to do. That is it. For you to give me comments saying that I need to follow Anton as a Black man and follow his leadership, Anton has a wife. She follows him. That's her covering. Anton don't need to cover now no other woman but his wife. My covering will be my husband. That's the man I follow. I'm not following every Tom, Dick, and Harry. That's a problem with a lot of women. They just following every man. I don't do that. That was my job, and I did my job. And now I'm on to something else, and that's it. And that's really all I have to say, Lulu. I'm not going back and forth with you again because I don't know you. And I am on a public platform. It is YouTube, and everyone's going to have an opinion, just as someone can have an opinion that they don't like me. Well, there's other shows that are reaction videos of people that do. I get a lot of comments that's very positive. So you can have whatever you feel, and that's absolutely great. But again, I mean, I guess I don't really have to answer too much to it because you don't know, and I'm not here to explain or fill out any holes. I mean, you get what the Lapeef Network tells you, or I do. So that's it.
Well, that's a fair point of recollection, but let's add clarity to the conversation. Are modern women victims of their own ignorance? When you look at situations with DaBaby and Danileigh, are some modern women victims of their own ignorance?
Yeah, well, absolutely. We're all victims of our ignorance. If we don't know something and we go into something blindly, or we try to do something or make decisions ignorantly, absolutely. So we're talking about specifically modern women, and do they go into situations blindly? It depends on the situation. At the end of the day, we can talk about modern women, how lost they are and how far away from being traditional. Nobody right now is living like my grandparents. i.e., my grandmother did not have to work. The modernization right now is because society, inflation. I have to work. No matter how traditional that I want to be with my future husband, I still got to work. I'm doing things that traditionally my grandparents and forefathers didn't do. So because I understand that, and because I have learned a whole lot with being on these platforms and talking to amazing men, however, not that they're just going to be leading me because they're not my covering. I've learned that living in this day and age and having to be somewhat modern, because I do have to work, because I do have a child, but also understanding what men want, meaning the traditional, meaning submissive, meaning listening, being respectful. That's what I do understand. And if women don't understand that and what their man wants from them as a woman and going into it ignorantly, then that sucks for them. And we do that, absolutely.
I'm going to be the devil's advocate, and to some of the guys that are listening, guys, you come on. I've opened the panel for the guys to talk, but guys, I need you to come on and add to the conversation as well. This is a dialogue, not a monologue. Why does it appear, and you're correct that maybe perhaps that, your husband is your covering, but I think what Sweet Lulu Bean is saying, and she's from a culture where not only your husband is your covering, sometimes brothers and men that have a greater love for you, not necessarily a covering as it relates to marriage, but a man that wants to guide us sister in the right direction. And listen, you're right. You got the right to move on and do what's best for you. Nobody's knocking that. But why do you feel, Kay, that Courtney, so many people have consternation towards you, the way you move, your perception? Why from a perception perspective, so many people have a level of disdain for you, in your opinion?
I don't feel that.
Okay.
There's nothing that I feel I get amazing love. The content creators that I work with, like I said, I just did something with O'Shea. I talk to O'Shea all the time.
Right.
Obsidian, I talk to him all the time. So I don't feel disdain. Will people not like you in this space? Absolutely.
I'm not talking about the creators, not the creators per se. That's a fair point.
It's the same. And a lot of people become creators to show their disdain. So I'm a huge Kevin Samuels fan. And I've, the woman that did a petition on him, I went, against her, and then all her followers came up. Does that mean Kevin Samuels is a bad guy because there's people that don't like him? No, it means he's human. I'm a human being. And everything that I might say might not resonate. And that's okay. I'm not on here for everyone to like me. I'm on here because I really feel like I have something important to say. And that's why I'm creating and wanting my own show. And if you don't like it, if you have a disdain for me, you can turn it off. If not, show me love. That's fine.
Fair enough. That's fair.
Yeah.
In your opinion, are modern men leaving and exercising logic and more or less observing relationships? It appears to be that many men are saying to hell with modern women in relationships. And, based on what you see, Courtney, in your milieu or space, do you see that happening? Do you see a greater level of disdain as many modern men are saying they don't feel that Western women, regardless of ethnicity, exude the feminine graces that they want for a wife? What are you seeing from your anecdotal experiences?
Yeah, well, if I'm talking about my personal experience, what I see on YouTube and what I see in real life is different. So do I see spaces and creators and people that watch these, watch a lot of the shows? Do they have disdain? Absolutely. Do they want to be passport brothers? Yes. There's men that don't want to ever be married, that don't want kids. Yes. We have a space for that. There's also a space for women that can't stand black men, that want to swirl. There's a space for that. If I get too involved in these spaces, it becomes like it's its own reality and I can get too absorbed in it. I always stress it's important that, look at these channels, look at, YouTube, awesome. But it's also a real world. Do I see this out in the real world? No, I see happy marriages. I see my mother that's married to my stepdad and they're going on 27 years. I see my brother married to his wife for 15 years. So I see love. I see Black love. it might not be in all these spaces because these spaces are particular to hurt sometimes. Sometimes these spaces are particular to, if I want to look at hair products, then I'm going to go to spaces and it all is going to be hair. So sometimes we can let things consume us. But is this all I see? Absolutely not. I see a balance. I see the negative, but I also see positive.
Sweet Lulu Bean, I want you to add to what Courtney is saying. To the guys that are listening, it's guys in here that are listening. Listen, I allow women to come in spaces as long as they respect male spaces. I don't mind cogent sisters to have common sense as long as they're respectful, because I do understand why men are so angry about women coming into male spaces and they should listen. But there's a time to listen and there's a time to respond. And so, guys, it's 32 people watching. I want you guys to come in and add to the conversation. If you got questions for Sweet Lulu Bean and also for Courtney Michelle, I want you guys to ask them all the questions that need to be addressed. But also, I'm going to ask you guys the questions: was DaBaby exercising red pill logic? Or modern men exercising real pill logic? Courtney Michelle says that in her milieu that she sees love in relationships. But many men are saying the opposite. It's funny how different people see different things. So, to the guys that are listening, I want you guys to come in. But Sweet Lulu Bean, add clarity to what Courtney said. And I really appreciate you listening, Sweet Lulu Bean, and also Courtney. Both of you guys showing a level of respect and decorum. You don't have to agree with one another, but I will say that for the most part, you guys have been very respectful of one another. So go ahead, Sweet Lulu Bean.
Courtney is deflecting, and she's trying to make it emotional, and she's trying to make it about liking and not liking. Like, we're all adults here. This is not high school. Right. As far as the covering, and this goes back to the conversation that I was having with Courtney and some others back on the O'Shea-Juke channel, on the O'Shea-Juke Jackson channel, sorry. And this shows Courtney again claims to be that typical Black, I love Jesus and I'm in church Black woman. And then it's funny that she comes back. It's funny that then she comes back and then the only man that she can respect is her husband. And I had written on the chat, and I had said that respect is for all men. Your father, your brother, your uncle, not just your husband. Right, just as it is for men in the community to protect women, not just the wife. Even in Islam, the Prophet's last words were, look after the woman. Biblically, the people are the bride and the Lord is the shepherd. Being a shepherd is husbandry. This is God saying that, not a man, God saying that, and he's trying to show you what a man is. Right. So going back again to what I was talking about the covering, is like I said, you'd have to have followed the show. Anton brought Courtney there as as somebody that he was bringing on, like I said, as somebody who he wanted to grow, as somebody who he wanted her to have her own show. And for me, he came on like, I want to be a big brother, and I want this Black woman to grow. I want this Black woman to become something. And they had a very good relationship. And Courtney was even called a pick-me for having that relationship with Anton, the relationship that she's chuckling about now, because then it was a relationship that she respected, and it's a relationship that she stood up for. And women were coming against her because of the respect that she was showing men as a whole, not just this husband that she doesn't have. Right. And then going back to this love that she sees in her mother's marriage, in her brother's marriage, she says she's got something to say, and she's on a platform that is speaking about the modern woman changing her mindset, the modern woman trying to understand where the Black man is coming from, the modern woman trying to understand the issues that the Black man says he has with the modern Black woman. So I'm not talking about everybody else that she's seen. She was supposed to be on a platform where she was representing herself and her journey, not everybody else's journey of happiness. It was her journey, which is why she even went and spoke to her baby father and showed us that part of life. So when she says we don't know her, when she says she's not being open, when she says it's got nothing to do with her, she's being disingenuous and she's deflecting.
Okay, I didn't say any of that. If I can't respond, please.
Courtney, hold tight, Courtney. I'm gonna let you respond. But I think Lulu Bean brings a lot of clarity to the discussion. Why is it, Courtney, that, and you're correct, your husband is your shepherd initially, but why is it that when women are hurt in the street, or they say, well, black men don't protect us, but black men are not their husband? But so it's almost like black men should be the protectors of black women when it's convenient. And so what Sweet Lulu Bean is saying is that you're correct. Your husband should be your main covering. But at the same time, listen to the wisdom of the elders and listen to the wisdom of other brothers, not as coverings, but as guides. Why do women reject that? But when it comes down to protection, they say black men don't protect us. They don't say that my husband doesn't protect me. They say that black men don't protect us. So that's a great point of view by Sweet Lulu Bean. Go ahead, Courtney.
Yeah. Well, what we cannot do in this conversation is change words. Okay. So first, to Lulu Bean, when you talk with ignorance and not knowing the whole situation, you sound silly. Anton did not bring me in. That's not Anton's show. It's the Lapeef Network. So for you to say Anton brought me in, put him up, Anton did not.
So Anton is not an investor.
Wait a minute, if I can, please.
No, but I'm asking just one question. Anton is not an investor. He's got no ownership in the show. He's just Anton, sitting there.
We gotta listen to. We're gonna have to listen to what I said.
Yes, but
Anton did not bring me.
What is Anton? Is Anton not an owner of the show? Who is he to the show?
I don't know. I don't know what he does. I know about Lapeef because I went through Lapeef.
So you were just working there,
ma'am. Okay. Again,
if you're going to speak, be truthful.
Okay, guys, hold tight.
You gotta let me talk because I let you talk.
Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead, Courtney. Go ahead and speak.
So again, like I said, Anton did not bring Anton. No, I talked to
Anton and JR didn't bring you on. You just happened to land on the Lapeef show.
I don't
Sweet
know
Lulu Bean,
what
let her talk
you have towards me while I'm trying to speak. Like, we have to be respectful. I'll let you speak. I did not disrupt you. Please, if you could give me the same respect.
Tell the truth,
so Anton did not bring me in the show. You keep saying that, but ma'am, you don't know what happened.
What happened?
You have no idea how I got on, who I spoke with, what I signed. So for you to speak about things that you have no idea about, it's odd.
Getting the story.
Okay. I don't know if I'm gonna. You don't have to stop. Okay. So for you to speak about how I got on the show, this and that, you do not know, and what you're saying is absolutely false. So that's the first thing. Second thing is that I never said to disrespect black men. I said your husband is your covering. That has nothing to do with being disrespectful. Being a covering is you lead your wife. You plan for your wife, you protect and you provide for your wife in your home, but your husband is your covering. I'm led by my husband. If I don't have a husband, then my father is leading me. God is leading me. My family is leading me. I'm just not letting Tom, Dick, and Harry lead me. But that doesn't mean I disrespect them. I've never disrespected a black man. Now, if you felt like I did that on the show, that's your opinion. But again, you don't know if I talked to them this morning. You have no idea. And if I was so disrespectful and they felt like that, you know, that's conversations they have with me because they're men. And if they feel like I'm out of place, then they know how to put me back in my place because, again, I work for them. So let's quit going around, you know, this is just kind of odd for you to speak about something that you don't know, for you to tell me who put me on, who didn't. Ma'am, you don't know. And I understand you're assuming because you watch the show, and I get it. The show is very entertaining. I still watch it as well, too. So I totally get it, but you can't speak on something that you don't know because then you sound foolish. And this is where we was going back to modern women. Are they ignorantly, you know, leading themselves? Well, this is an example of it.
Okay. Fair enough. Fair point. Go ahead, Sweet Lulu Bean. Add to the discussion, please. And to the guys that are listening, guys, I need you guys to pop in. I want you guys to add to this conversation because, you know, I believe in having fairness and balance. I don't mind women coming on my male platform to, you know, as long as they are fair and it's a cogent discussion. But I need guys to add to the conversation. There's about 32 people watching. Let's get it to 50. Let's get that 50 to 100. I want the guys to come in and add to the conversation. You know, Tim has dropped the link like 5 times, and guys, y'all are talking. But I want to hear what the guys are saying too, because this is a dialogue, not a monologue. But go ahead, sweet Lulu Bean. I want you to add to the discussion, and then guys pop in, and I want you guys to ask Courtney questions and also add to what sweet Lulu Bean is saying as it relates to modern women, Danileigh, and DaBaby, because there's a lot of dysfunction in our communities. And until we have these discussions, it's going to continue to precipitate. But go ahead, dear. Go ahead, sweet Lulu Bean. Go ahead.
Kosha, again, Courtney is dancing and deflecting. You asked her a direct question. So calling me, instead of good name calling me and calling me stupid, because I'm talking to point. I'm not coming at you. I'm talking to Kosha. Breathe. So as I'm saying, Kosha, that she's coming and calling me stupid and all of these things and foolish, but she's not speaking to the point. So you ask Courtney a specific question. Is as Black women, we are always coming at Black men for not protecting Black women as a whole. That was the question that was asked. And she didn't answer. So she's saying that the only man that deserves respect, that deserves to be listened to, that deserves to have anything to say in your life is a man that you're married. Then who's the pastor? And as an independent woman who's doing what she's doing, how is her father leading her? Where? She's not in her father's house. Did her father go and tell her to go have a child out of wedlock? No. Did her father tell her where to go to school? Did her father tell her to go in the Lipiso? No. So don't lie and speak like you are under a man's authority, because you are not. You're the first one to talk about how independent you are. She hasn't answered the questions that you asked her about. So
hold tight, sweet Lulu Bean, hold tight, Courtney. I'm going to ask you directly, Courtney. I'm going to ask you once again. I think what sweet Lulu Bean is saying is fair. We often talk about that our only covering is our husbands. So I'm going to ask you directly, why is it that when it comes down to husbandry, he's the woman's covering? But when it comes down to protection, when a woman doesn't have a husband, women say, why don't Black men protect us? But then when it comes down to guidance, they don't want the guidance. They want the protection from a man that's not their husband, but they don't want the guidance from an elder or a brother that can lead them in the right direction. That's what I think what sweet Lulu Bean is saying. Okay. Am I correct? Am I correct, sweet Lulu Bean?
Yes, Tasha, you are.
Okay. All right, so Courtney, I want you to address that, please.
I will. Okay, I've never said Black women need protection. Matter of fact, I did a show that was trying to understand how can you say you need protection when then on the other hand you said you don't need a man. So I never said that. Covering and protection, that's a whole different. We need each other to protect. But let me go back, because I can't sit and have this conversation if Lulu Bean is just going to blatantly lie. The first lie that she said, that I called her stupid, that never came out of my mouth.
I'm not foolish and ignorant. You didn't
I don't know. And this is where the delusional comes, when Black men call women delusional.
So, but I'm not delusional.
This is where it comes in, because now we're making up things that never came out of my mouth.
Who is delusional?
Lulu, you gotta stop.
No, Courtney.
Okay,
who is delusional?
You can't. If you're so feminine and I'm not, then why are you over talking when I'm trying to speak?
Who's delusional?
Okay, so again, let me say it again. Okay, Lulu, you're blatantly lying. I never called you stupid, did I? Did I call you stupid?
I'm asking you, who's delusional and foolish? Because
Lulu,
foolish and
did
stupid.
I call you stupid?
Sweetie, who is delusional? You just said delusional.
So I'm not going to be going back and forth with strangers.
Because you're lying. Because you're not straightforward. Because
Lulu,
you're not here to speak.
I pray for your heart and bless your
Sweetie,
soul.
I pray for you too.
Okay.
I pray even harder for you.
Coach, I hope to talk to you, but I can have a normal conversation without.
You can't, Courtney, because you're not honest to yourself. You can't have an honest conversation with anyone, boo boo.
Okay. Again.
All right. So
I mean, I don't.
So guys, listen.
Have a conversation with someone blatantly lies.
Well, listen, guys. This is turning to.
That you couldn't answer. Asking you.
Listen, guys. Time out. I'm about to mute everybody. This conversation's not going nowhere. So let's agree to disagree. But so Courtney, maybe you don't believe that. But what do you say to the women that say they want a male's protection, but they don't want the guidance from elders in the community? TJ Randolph, you've been listening to this discussion. I'm not saying you saying it, Courtney. I'm not saying you. You've never said it, but I'm saying to the women, they always bellowed that. They say, well, Black men don't protect us. I'm not saying you say that. They say Black men don't protect us, but then when Black men try to guide them in the right direction, they don't want the guidance. It's almost like they want taxation without representation. Not you. I'm not saying you.
Why are we acting like women have to be followed by every Black man? The essence of knowing who you are, being an adult and a mature person, is understanding what guidance that you need to be under. And just because you're a man doesn't mean I need to follow you. Why are we talking about that? It's blindly and it's foolish for a woman just to follow a man because he's a man. Every man is not good. Every man doesn't have the wherewithal to guide anyone. Just like every woman, when women say that they don't, protect Black women, these types of women are the same ones that's saying that they don't need a man. And that's why they don't feel protected, because they don't have a man around them. I am not that woman. I respect Black men. I love Black men. There's not been one show, one episode that I said I can't stand Black men are this and that. Never. And never will you hear me say that. I have the utmost respect for men.
All right.
So
all right.
I guess I just don't understand it with the Lulu. I don't know why she's so angry. And, because when I did the O'Shea, it was just anger.
You've learned from
and
Kate.
maybe I hurt you because you thought that I was
You have
something
really
that
learned from Kate.
I'm
The
not.
deflecting, the name
But
calling. You are Kay incarnate.
Well,
Okay,
that's fine. I think that-
well, listen,
bad
guys,
thing.
listen. It is what it is. I'm grateful, Courtney, that you popped on. I respect and love Lulu Bean. I respect your position as well. I have no animosity or qualms. But also, while we're having this discussion, let me thank the people that are giving to the channel. Shout out to all Lusagun Akunde for the $10 super chat, and also shout out to what's his name, Emma Z. He said, an attitude always expose pretending female behavior, whatever that means. And then also shout out for the $5 super chat from Solo Dolo. They don't want our protection and guidance. Don't save her. She don't want to be saved. And so that's the sentiment, ladies, that a lot of men are feeling. TJ Randolph, you've taken excursion. You've been through a journey of evolution. You were one of those women that lacked awareness, and you were victims of your own ignorance. You had a very good show today that I was listening to. How would you like to add to this conversation from Courtney and Sweet Lulu Bean? How would you like to add to the conversation?
Well, quite frankly, from what I just tuned into, it's not much of a conversation because, conversation requires, I say something and then you say something. So, that we can actually have a conversation. So I really can't comment too much on that. But I wanted to ask, because, excuse me, I'm a little bit hoarse. With respect to the topic, celebrity, modern men seeing female nature for what it is. Would you mind, Kosher, telling me what you all have covered so far? Because again, I'm just now tuning in, but I was captivated by the title. And also you said that you're asking my opinion as it relates to women wanting to be protected. Please tell me if I'm wrong. I'm sorry.
Back to the gist of the conversation, we're beginning to see how men like DaBaby was actually recording Danileigh for her misgivings and her attacking on him physically. So basically, the question that remains is that are modern men and celebrities alike beginning to see female nature for what it is? Because Courtney said, in fairness, that she sees love from an anecdotal perspective, and she sees love in her family and her family milieu. But many modern men are saying that they don't see the value of dealing with modern Western women because they're toxic and contaminated based on what we saw with DaBaby and Danileigh.
Yeah.
And so, wait, hold tight, Courtney, I'm gonna let you speak. Mm-hmm. And so because of that, many men are saying that, listen, men are beginning to see female nature for what it is, that it can be virulent, toxic, and many are not abiding when it comes down to masculine authority. What's your take on that, TJ?
Well, there's some truth to that. I mean, and I've said it, openly in my younger years because of the things that I was taught. I equated independence and strength as something that was actually to be lauded, and it really wasn't. I will say, to the point of taking instruction or guidance from men, I don't think I necessarily had a problem taking guidance from men because I've had bosses, I've had mentors, my grandfather. But to Courtney's point, I felt that, I hate to say feel, but I thought that only certain ones could tell me what to do. Mm-hmm. And because of that, I think I got in my way in some ways. Right. Now, to that point, though, to Courtney's point, there are some men that you shouldn't follow. Mm-hmm. Just like there are women that you should not give your heart to. Mm-hmm. But since we're talking about modern women, I'll say, yeah, there's some truth to it. I think the challenge that I find and I have found, and I will say this, I did not understand or fully appreciate this conflict between men and women until I came to this space, mm-hmm. to this space,
right? Mm-hmm.
To YouTube. Now,
right.
I will say I knew that I was having challenges and couldn't understand why I wasn't getting the results I wanted. So when I came to this space, it started to make more sense to me. But I did not know it was so vast because I don't, and I will say, Kosher, my daughter is 27. She's a modern woman. She says she doesn't see a lot of that either. She's not saying she doesn't see some because she does, particularly by her young, non-married friends. But it paints this picture that all is lost. And that is disconcerting to me.
Well, I think the men and women are not on the same page. I think we are seeing, like some say, through the rose-colored glasses. There's a percentage of men that see hope, and there's a percentage of men that see it for what it is. We call it the black pill in this space. But the question remains is this. Inye Kenya says that, I hope I'm saying her name correctly. So as Sweet Lulu Bean, are you saying that because I am Courtney Michelle can't make a decision to go out on her own, respectfully, we're not privy to the specifics of the things that restricted her? Sweet Little Bean, how would you like to add to that? And like I said, listen, guys, I know all of you guys are very passionate in your opinion. I think for the most part, you guys have been respectful. It got a little contentious at one point, but I think for the most part, you guys have been respectful. But Sweet Little Bean, how would you like to add to that based on what Inya said? I think I'm saying her name correct. How would you like to add to that?
Can you just explain the question? I'm not really understanding.
So she said, as Sweet Lulu Bean, are you saying that because Courtney can't make a decision to go out on her own, respectfully? So I guess what she's trying to say is that Courtney should be able to make a decision to go out on her own without us making judgments, without having all the information.
So, is it Enya? I'm not talking about. Yeah, I'm not talking about. Courtney's new in endeavors. All the best. I want to see a black woman win, even one that I don't agree with necessarily. I'm really talking about the views. I'm really talking about how Courtney has carried herself, specifically on the Lapeef show. I haven't heard her new show. I don't know what she talks about there. I'm not going to be following her. But so I'm not talking about that. I am really just speaking about what I saw on the show, which was somebody that did a 360, which is someone that wasn't mature enough to have a conversation with people that disagreed with her, was somebody that I really feel is disingenuous. Yeah, she's not who she painted herself out to be. And I say that again as somebody that really looked up to Courtney, who was a diehard fan of Courtney. And I'll go back. I really thought that Courtney was going to be that person in the man space that shows women can listen, that was going to show the evolution of women growing in men's spaces. And yeah, she did a 360. And that is really all that I'm saying. I'm speaking to the show. I don't know what's going on in her mind. I don't know what's going on in her personal life, and that's not what I'm speaking to.
Fair enough. And I think that's what a lot of men are saying. They call it, and I don't know Courtney, so I want to respect her. This has nothing to do with Courtney, but men are just saying in general, they call it the chameleon effect. They call it duplicitous behavior. While women, they add feminine demure based on situations. But Courtney, I want you to defend
Yeah.
yourself, and then Mr.
Well-
O, I want you to add to the conversation, brother.
Well,
Go ahead,
let me
Courtney.
say, and this is to you also, Kosher, because what I said specifically as well too is that I see both, and I said specifically also on this that I see it's more balanced than we try to see as far as with men not wanting or being with Black women, and when I see love outside of the YouTube space. So I actually said I see both. I don't say I just see love. I don't know what the men are talking about. I didn't say that. So I want to be very, very clear in my words. I'm very careful with that. I said I see both. I see contention with us, and I also still see Black men wanting to love and marry Black women.
Fair enough. That's fair. That's fair.
So, and as well, I guess the Lulu going back and forth. I believe she's want to say she thinks that I did a 180 instead of a 360. So I think that's what she's meaning. However, if she sees that, or if that's what she believes, she has all the right to. If she thinks that I'm a chameleon, then I will be the chameleon. She has all the right to. The issue comes is when you're looking up and you like you said, you looked up to me and things. People on YouTube, it's entertainment. And I'm not just speaking for myself. We give words and we listen, we have dialogue. But when people put folks on pedestals and think that this woman, she's going to be the end all be all, I think that's an issue and that's a problem. I don't want to be on a pedestal because I'm imperfect. And I will make a mistake. I will get angry. I might be an angry Black woman one show because I get angry as well and I'm Black. Okay. I don't want to be put on a pedestal. I want to be humanized. I want to be able to make mistakes. And when I talk on my shows and things like that, I make it personal to show my mistakes. So I want to be very clear. So Lulu, I'm sorry that I wasn't what you wanted me to be. And I'm sure a lot of people feel that way. I'm not. I'm human. I'm going to make mistakes. And as far as with the panel, the Peef Network, I was amazing. And I didn't know that I loved to do shows until I got on there. And I'm grateful for that opportunity. And those guys, we had personal, and I still do, connections with them outside the show. What you saw on the show was a show. You saw a couple hours of me a week. Those men, those women on there saw me and talked to me every day. And again, I have the utmost respect for every last person on that show. And I want to be very clear that I say that as well, too. Me moving on and doing a show wasn't that I got fired and I'm moving on. And that's growth.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. I respect your position. Mr. O, how would you like to add to this conversation? Because the title of the conversation is, are modern men and celebrity men beginning to see female nature for what it is? It appears, Mr. O, that DaBaby exercised a percentage of red pill logic, which basically means to see things for what it is as he began to record Danileigh as she was about to more or less put him in a position where his name and also his status could have been at risk. How would you like to add to the conversation? And I know you're very passionate, so be respectful. But how would you like to add to the conversation, Mr. O? Because I love your points of view. Go ahead, brother.
Well, first, let me go ahead and greet everybody on the panel. How you doing, ladies? And how you doing, Kosher?
How you doing, brother?
Well, to answer the question, and I'm going to keep my passion down to a minimum. Well, speaking from a black-pilled millennial, older millennial man, I just made my 35th birthday early this month. We were the first group of children. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. We were the first group of children raised in divorce culture besides Generation X. And we was the first ones to be indoctrinated into daycare culture and what the TV aspect of the Cosby Show was instilled in us. We all had a philosophy that everybody relationship, whether it was our own family or everybody else's family, we thought they was the Huxtables. We had this envision that black men was also being told during that same time period with the likes of talk show hosts like Oprah, Geraldo, Rhonda. They was showing black men in a negative light And also we have filmmakers such as Spike Lee and other ones that showed us even a more like hyper masculine, hypersexual. Like, so when we come out to society after seeing the 90s and the 2000s, we grow up and we see the transition shift for women want romance, now they want finance. It became to what we could do for them romantically to what we could do for them financially only, and because they gonna go for what they want sexually. They say they what they want out of their mouths. That's why I sit back and just let them speak. As far as relationships with black men, we had to learn from other black men and they follies, whether we in our family or through the media. So has the celebrities that grew up in the same culture. They all started to record themselves. I've even seen some celebrities talk about getting non-disclosure agreements and cohabitation contracts for the ladies in their lives because they learned that having a woman, not all women, I'm going to say that, not all women are bad, but we had a history of women that got away with a lot of turmoil and to destroy a man. And a lot of us millennial men, we are coming up from behind Generation X as far as business. We entering the business plan, taking over institutions now, and we don't want to go out like our predecessors. Sorry, we don't want to go out like Johnny Carson. We don't want to go out like Dr. Dre. We selfish. I hate to say it. We are selfish with our money because we have a bigger planet and agenda. We want to be the first ones in our family to actually establish generational wealth. You cannot build generational wealth with a divorce contract into play when women want to go ahead and leave, because that will destroy generational wealth. Different races of women know the benefits of marriage, just not past romance. They understand that they want to go ahead and extend their lineage, their legacy, and make sure their kids have a right footing in life. For some reason, in the last 50 years, ABWs and ABMs, all we do is know how to romance each other, but we never have a game plan. We don't understand each other's backgrounds. We don't even know what we're going to do by next week except going to a club, getting fresh, and want to go and take pictures for the gram. That's it. We do that for 5 years, then after that 5 years, they want to sit down and ask like, what is this? Where we gonna go from here? And that's where we fail. Versus other races of people, they as soon as they get with each other, they know where they got a 5-year plan. They have a 10-year plan. You're
breaking up, brother. So the sentiment is. The sentiment, Courtney, is not, and I really appreciate you coming in. I respect you highly for doing that. You say it's entertainment. You know, Yaziz said that we heard Courtney on all these shows. We saw the shows Courtney switched up. So I don't know why the sentiment is that, you know, you were one way in the beginning, you changed. But listen, that's neither here nor there. You said you didn't switch it up. Lulu
I
Bean,
didn't say that either.
Okay, well, how would you like to add to the discussion? Because
right. Yeah, I can.
so many people feel like Lulu Bean said she saw it. This man is saying he saw it, and I'm not here to attack you because I do respect you for coming on.
Yeah,
but some feel you switched up. I don't know what that looks like. I followed you a little bit on Lapeef, but I can't say I'll follow you intently to say, well, Courtney switched things up. She was more cajoling in the beginning, but she became more antagonistic on the end. I don't know because I didn't follow the Lapeef that deep. But go ahead.
Yeah, and I never heard being antagonistic, so that's never heard that being said to me. But being switched up, I'll take it.
Okay.
And let me tell you why.
Mm-hmm.
When I first got on the show, we talked about relationships, and my ideology of what I think relationships are very traditional.
Mm-hmm.
Then we started talking about different topics. So I didn't switch up. You just saw another part of me. We started talking about culture. See, that's what people are not seeming to understand.
Right.
It wasn't I switched up my ideology of what I think relationships are, because Lulu nor anyone else could say, well, you said this about relationships, but now you're saying something else. And I would love for Lulu to say what I said that was completely different with relationships, because I haven't. I've been very consistent. I'm very precise of what I think relationships should be, where I got it wrong, and how I'm making it right. The only difference is that we started talking about other stuff. The panel opened up to other conversations. And then people saw when we started talking about culture and how I love my Black culture, and I started representing my HBCUs, and when people started talking about me being a Black woman and being Black in America, then people saw something different. I wasn't agreeing with everyone. I had my own set of opinion on that, because that's why I got on the show, because I am opinionated and I'm not scared to say it. So I didn't switch up. I became this and that. No, we've talked about relationships, being alpha, being beta, being feminine, being this. Once we started talking about different topics, and once I became passionate about something very specific, then it was, oh, she switched up, which it wasn't a switch. Mm-hmm. It's a difference of a conversation. So again, I would beg for anyone, tell me where, when we talk about relationships, and when I got on the show saying what, men should lead, women should be submissive. When I say that I do believe in gender roles and women should take care of the home and the babies. When I've always said we need to respect Black men more. When I've always said when we talk about women being protected, well, we have to give men something to protect. I've never strayed off that from day one. Please tell me, when have I ever said anything that would negate anything of that? And you can't. It's just when we started talking about other stuff, and we started about being Black and a Black woman, and then when I started kind of really standing up for my culture, which people probably never knew that lived in me, but it does. I'm very proud of who I am, and I'm very proud to be Black. And once that came off and I talked with more passion, then it was the switch. So if that's what it is, I will take it and I'll put that on my shoulder, and that's absolutely fine.
Lulu Bean, add to the conversation, please. And then I want, I can't think of his name. Is that Joel the Miller Child? I don't know who that is. I think it's Omri Dantes to add to the conversation as well. But go ahead, sweet Lulu Bean. She gave her point of reference, and I want you to counter the argument, or her position. I'm sorry.
Coach, I think also maybe it's also, Courtney coming in the middle of the conversation, because it really was about women being in Black men spaces more than it was about her. And I really feel like now it's becoming about her. So like, just in closing, pertaining to Courtney, is there was a switch up in who she was on the show. I'm shocked that she would actually say what she said about Anton, and you degrade him on some, he's not a part of the Lapeef show, or he's a small part of the Lapeef show. That's not how the old Courtney would have spoken about Anton. Also, in terms of how she generally spoke to people, Courtney wasn't one to go back and forth. Courtney wasn't one to, low blows. She's changed. She's had a whole personality change. And from what I'm hearing, it's because she felt people were coming at her. Mm-hmm. And I can appreciate the position that it must have been. But these are serious spaces. It's not just entertainment, because Black people are at a place where we need to come together, and our relationships are in a very, very bad place. So those conversations aren't entertainment. Those conversations are real. There are people who are listening. There are people who are learning. Right. And Anton is a teacher. Anton is doing a lot.
You're correct, sweet Lulu Bean. Sorry for coming across. It's not entertainment for me. I'm a staunch advocate for male empowerment. As a licensed clinical professional, I want to see Black men succeed. I want to see Black communities succeed. Now, I'm sure there's an entertainment element for some people, but I take what I do serious as it relates to the empowerment of not only Black men, but all men. But keep talking, dear. I apologize.
I call it entertainment.
Of the Black relationship. And when people, I think it's PJ, when people like PJ come on and they're telling you about their experiences and what they went through, that isn't something to take lightly. She isn't just picking up the phone. She's here to tell you her journey. She's here to tell you how she did it wrong. So this isn't pure entertainment.
Right, right. I agree.
In my mind, and I think that Courtney doesn't understand the seriousness of it. But I don't want to leave this, I don't want to leave it being. I really don't want to leave in animosity. Courtney is a Black woman. And because of that, I mean it when I say that I really do want to see her thrive. And I respect her as a Black woman. And I pray that whatever she wants for herself in the future becomes successful. And that having a difference of opinions doesn't mean that somebody doesn't like you and doesn't mean that somebody's attacking you. So that's just my piece. Just, yeah. Peace and blessings, Courtney.
You as well, Lulu. And I want to make very clear as well, too, because, again, Lulu, you keep saying stuff that I never said. I never said Anton was not a part of the Lapeef, and what he does, I don't know. I don't know everything. What I said was Anton did not bring me on the show. That's all I said. So, again, I'm just stressing this because this is YouTube and clips happen. I want to be very, very clear that I did not say that he was not a part of the show, that he didn't have anything over it. I don't know.
I thought you said he
tell
didn't.
me that I don't know those. I don't know that. I was just a personality.
I'm sorry.
I don't know what he does. All I can say is that you were wrong about him saying that that he put me on the show, but that was it. However, Lulu, I respect you as well. I'm not sure your nationality. You say respect me as a Black woman. If you're Black or not, I respect you as a woman, and thank you for having this discussion with me. Again, we don't have to agree. You can think what you think of me. I appreciate it, but thank you for allowing me to speak and converse with you.
No doubt. Andre Dantes, you've been listening to this conversation as we've been talking about a lot of different things. We're talking about our modern and celebrity men becoming aware of female nature. And I asked Amir the questions as it relates to Danileigh, and also are modern women victims of their own ignorance or saboteurs of their own demise? So I would like for you to add to the conversation, Henri Dantes, and then Mr. O, you can finish talking as well. But brother, you popped in, share your points of reference, and I want you to add to the conversation.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. How's everybody doing?
Thank you, sir.
I can sum it up, in my opinion. I can sum it up in one statement. You can even take it from a biblical aspect, but since we're on the particular topic and since you asked me that question, I can sum it up in one statement. We, as a culture, well, women, I should say, they don't want a king. They want a savior. Mm-hmm. See, a savior, you can treat him as a concierge, he's for your contrived plan. Then a king will say, you know what, we're going to do it this way. This is where it's going to get done. I don't want to hear how you feel about it. This is how it's going to happen, right? You're going to do it this way. And also a king understands, or a person who follow a king understands that comprehension is not a prerequisite of cooperation. Do what you're told. There comes a point you have to just do what you're told.
Right. I see your point. Yes, sir.
You got to do what you're told. You have the ability, right? You have the capability, right? Now use that and let's move forward. I think the Black community, right? Because I'm a African American, I'm a Black man. We're in a situation right now. We can't go on this whole entertainment on how we feel about particular things. We have to move forward.
Black man. We're in a situation right now. God, there's a feedback. Make sure you mute yourself. Yeah, go ahead. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
We're in a situation right now where we got to get some structure going on here, right? Mm-hmm. And we talk about culture, but keep in mind, culture is held up by the pillars of axioms or values. What do we value, right? And it is being shown in plain sight. Those are on shaky ground right now. So that's my response in reference to your question or your concern, the culture clinician. And I want to say this, and let's be clear. Right now where
guys,
hello,
somebody need to mute themselves because we're getting the feedback. Guys, please mute the show.
Hello, somebody need to mute themselves. We're getting the feedback.
Gosh, I think mute everybody then.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Go ahead.
And that, we gotta listen to somebody. We gotta get some instruction, So that's pretty much what I gotta say at this particular time about that.
All right, thank you, brother. I want you to hold on because I like your points. Hold on, TJ. Shout out to my man Solo Berto for the $5 super chat. He says they don't want our protection and guidance. Don't save her. She doesn't want to be saved. Go ahead, TJ. You had a question. Go ahead, dear.
No, I was going to kind of answer what you said about us, women being saboteurs, and I think there's some truth to that. And I've said that before. Right. I've said that we play ourselves unwittingly and sometimes wittingly. And I think we even talked about it today on my show.
Yes, ma'am.
I talked about the fact we have to unlearn some stuff.
Right.
And it's interesting. I had a golf lesson today, and I was talking to my golf instructor, who's a female. She was telling me her sister, a military officer, single mother, it was almost in how bitter she has become, largely because kind of like my story. When you are in a male-dominated workforce and you don't have anything to balance it when you go home, you continue to take on more of that persona, not knowing that it's not attractive.
Mm-hmm.
You think it's an asset, but it isn't. So my point being is we have to unlearn some things. Now, with respect to DaBaby and recording Danileigh, mm-hmm. I say yes and no. Mm-hmm. I say yes, he was becoming aware of the female nature, but no, because at some point, and I said it today, he didn't have to keep following her with the camera. Mm-hmm. He didn't have to keep following and antagonizing her. Again, considering the fact if we're talking about the female nature, let's talk about the fact that when a woman is pregnant and after she has the baby, what is happening there? So you can say part of the female nature, absolutely. Are we, our emotions, the reason for certain things? Absolutely. Is it an excuse? Absolutely not. And my daughter grew me on that too, because we do have to control our emotions. But part of it too, if you know that you're dealing with someone that is emotional, don't be antagonistic either. Mm-hmm. So, I take accountability. And one of the things, to the point that the young man in the middle, you're absolutely right. We are in dire straits. But that is why I am here. That is why you are here. Coach, you're trying to have these conversations so we can fix one to the next one to the next one. And my daughter's here talking from her generation so we can fix one to the one to the one. Again, because enough of there's enough blame to go around, but what good does it do? Mm-hmm. It doesn't. Right.
And, I try to add clarity to these conversations because, listen, this is a man's space. Some men don't like for women to come into these spaces, but here's my point to the guys that are listening. I do it for this very reason. I respect TJ. Women that are trying to learn and change the error of their way and they're not trying to sabotage a man's platform, I don't have a problem with it. So I want the guys that are listening to understand this. If I feel like a woman is trying to sabotage me on my platform, she will get checked to the point she'll get erased. But at the same time, guys, we can't keep critiquing the women if you guys are not adding to the conversation as well. It's a dialogue, not a monologue. And then the multitude of counselors, there is safety. And so I have great respect for women that said I've made mistakes and I'm willing to listen and hear. And I want to add to the conversation to teach some of the other women and more or less also give misgivings to the men that they more or less impacted in the past due to their ignorance. Because TJ, let me ask you a question. Some would see you as an elder in the community. And me too. I mean, I'm 50, you're 54, I think, right? How, based on what you've seen, are a lot of these women responding to what you're saying, or they're rejecting it? Because some will say that many of these women are rejecting what you're trying to give. What's your take on it?
You know what I will say, and I'm very grateful. Many young women that are coming to my platform, they reach out to me offline. They say, thank you. And a lot of it has to do with the dialogue that me and my daughter are having by what I showed her and what was wrong in what I showed her. And some of these women and some men are going back and having the conversations with their moms about what they were shown wrong. So I will say, I have, to be honest, I have yet to encounter one female one lady to come to my platform, and I have them from various ages, from 20s all the way to 50s, that have pushed back on anything I've said. Not one. Mm-hmm. And part of it is because I come from a place of, yes, judgment, but condemnation, no. Because I was them. Mm-hmm. 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 And I want to help so you don't be them.
Right.
so you don't be them. So you don't have to wait until you're 52 or 51 to find the love of your life.
In your small,
whoever his D is, he must be a troll, because he is just really just being so ridiculously.
But don't worry about that, sweetie.
Okay.
Don't worry about this. Stay on topic. Don't worry about that.
Okay.
But I just want to ask you a question, and then Henri Dantes, I want you to add to the conversation as well. Are modern men, based on what you're seeing, Henri Dantes, exercising logic and precision on leaving toxic women? Do you see a great awakening, like Mr. Whitfield, the preacher from years ago? Do you see a great awakening of modern men exercising logic and more or less precision on leaving toxic relationships? Or do you feel like men still are victims of their own ignorance as well? Because just like women can be victims of their own ignorance, men can too. What's your take on that, Henri?
Well, and using my own experience, I'm a recovering nice guy.
Wow.
I'm a simp in recovery. I'm a simp in recovery. And it will not go over to people who are not used to seeing you in that space. It won't go over well. Right. I mean, something as simple as saying, you know what? No. And then I literally would walk away. I would do exercises like that. Mm-hmm. I would have a particular position, knowing I have the education, ability, and capabilities, right? And discernment of what I'm looking at, right? And I would literally, in my mind, go over an exercise, give an answer, knowing that it's right. And oftentimes you'll get pushback. So my questions would be, well, do you have anything to add? Or do you have a better perspective so we can move forward, more sufficiently with progression? And if you do not, please be quiet, right? So, using my own experience, I'm a simp in recovery. So, I mean, men are waking up.
Right. I think they are too.
Men are waking up. I'm moving slowly but surely. It's not so much even really just a black thing. It's just it just makes sense. It's from a space from where it just makes sense. Especially when you look at it from a community aspect or even individually. This just makes sense. That's it.
No, I totally agree. Joel, the middle child, you're a young guy, man. You're a millennial, it appears to be. Do you feel that modern men are exercising logic and precision on leaving toxic women? I think I asked the question earlier, but if I didn't, I want you to give clarity to that point of reference. Joel, the middle child. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I think I finally fixed my headset finally. But yes, they're absolutely waking up. Of course, men like myself, where I've always been aware of the nature of women and the world in general. I've just learned new terminology and new concepts and theories and everything like that, and research really. Like I knew the black community was bad. I knew the dynamic between black men and women was bad. I just didn't know how bad. You know what I'm saying? Right. So, but there is a pendulum swing going on, however, where, things tend to kind of swing. Instead of things kind of leveling out, they always go to the extreme. So I do see a lot of guys talk the talk, where they talk about, only focusing on themselves, working on themselves, getting the job, getting to the bag or whatever. But what you also have to be aware of are, of course, like I'm pretty sure there's probably some trolls in the chat, talking negatively about women. And I'm pretty sure you're all aware of the whole blow up between the fake and fraud situation, the guys that blew up with the dating channel. Mm-hmm. So if you're not aware, I mean, I made sure to distance myself from those guys because I already knew, like, okay, something ain't right here. You know what I'm saying? But they're still getting thousands of views. They still got hundreds of thousands of subscribers. You see what I'm saying? So it's like
right.
So there's always going to be those guys. However, by majority, yes, I do believe most men today, they're doing it the right way, where it's like, okay, I'm just going to focus on myself and let me work my way up. And I'm actually looking forward to it. Like, I'm looking forward to looking at men like myself in executive positions in the future, like more Antons of the world, you know, all that kind of thing. I'm looking forward to it. Now, on the other end, you know, they might be single or they might be married to, you know, non-black or traditional black women. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you know, I'm looking forward to where it goes from here. But at the same time, it's like I can kind of see where, depending on where the majority lies, which I'm not too sure of, but from my perspective, it does seem that way. It does seem the majority are.
Well, go ahead, TJ, go ahead.
Is this the Joel that was on the show the other night, that came on the other night, that's the newlywed?
Yes, it is. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Joel, you know, going back to the seeing female nature, Joel came on the other night and we were talking about how women, we play ourselves, basically to your question about being a saboteur. And Joel, who's a newlywed, he shared that, you know, I'm paraphrasing it, and you it's your story, but one of the things he talked about was that when he was dating his now wife before, because he was such a great guy, you know, the insecurity that she had, she was like, you know, it's like we mess it up because it's like we feel it's too good to be true, so we mess it up. And Joe, correct me if I'm wrong, didn't we kind of talk about that? And so that goes to the being us being saboteurs because we don't know our own work, or we're insecure about it.
Yeah, it was a self-sabotage because it was like, because I made an effort to be Mr. Perfect. Like, but now I didn't do it to like the simpish level because, mind you, like, you know, I was getting stuff in return, et cetera, et cetera. Like it was just like in my free time, hey, I got some free time. How can I be a better boyfriend, et cetera, et cetera? Because she, like I said, everything was going right, like you were saying. And then all of a sudden, problems just started happening. There started being conflict for no reason. And her insecurities, in her mind, she was like, I'm too good for her. And then she started making problems because she was afraid I would leave her for someone better.
So in answer to that question, we do. And there's a pathology, and you know, I'm not a clinician, whereas that you are, Kosher, right. But we do that. And again, it kind of, you know, we talked about it, and again, it's not to paint to use a wide brush to paint over everybody, but it, you know, one of the things we talked about today is the absence of fathers in men's lives as well as daughters' lives. Right. It affects us as to how we are able to present ourselves and not be the toxic girlfriend and not be the insecure girlfriend and not be the self-sabotaging girlfriend, because we know we're that little girl and our father has showed us that we are worth more. And again, the men are seeing, you know, they're able to see what a wife looks like from their mom. So it goes so deep. But again, it
does. You're right. It does go deep. And that's why I love women like Sweet Lulu Bean. I love women like you, TJ, that's evolving. You have evolved. You have uncovered to recover, because there's an uncovering in order to recover from the pathologies that have impacted so many men and women. Some of those pathologies are unconscious pathologies. We're not aware of it. But some of them are conscious pathologies. And the thing I love about Sweet Lulu Bean, she's aware that she's a woman. She's aware that she's a female. She's aware that sometimes she gets out of line. I think women got to be aware of their own nature in order to become the women that their husbands need them to be. It takes a mature woman to do that, because when a woman is fighting against her own nature, it's hard. It takes a mature woman to fight against her nature when it comes down to honoring and respecting her husband. I would say that Lulu Bean really loves her husband. You know why? Because when she doesn't feel like respecting him, she doesn't. That's the greatest example of love for a man, when a woman can put her feelings aside for the greater cause of the relationship. TJ, I think you're doing the same thing with Mr. Randolph, when you can put your feelings aside for the love of your husband. That's true love for a man, when she can put her feelings aside. You see this
smile right here. You know, his wish is my command.
Right.
Awesome.
Right. And that's the truth, but that's an evolutionary process. Sweet Lulu Bing, talk about your evolution. Did your evolution come from culture, or did your evolution come from self-introspection, or was it a combination of both?
So in terms of culture, I guess the culture exposed me to, I didn't have to overcome feminism, all the feminist issues. So I guess I was lucky in that because, I was used to men being the head of the household. I was used to men providing, and I don't have any negatives. Yes, I've had a boyfriend or two that cheated, um, but in terms of my relationship choices, I was really the problem. Like I said, it's more for women to be circumspect about the men they pick because it affects us more. So culturally, I've always been exposed to men. Men have always looked after me and men have always protected me. A man was never my enemy. And I think coming to America, that was like it was a shock for me where, where Black women really felt like the Black man had let them down and, the Black man had hurt them. And I told you, I came here believing all those things, and watching The Color Purple and watching, all these negative movies, where the woman is always, suffering at the hands of the Black man. And like I said, I came here, and I lived and I saw a lot of differences. This is the first place where I saw a sister call the police on a brother who had done nothing to her.
Right.
This is the first time I saw men going to, men being taken to jail, men being assaulted and not being able to fight back. So it was quite a culture shock.
Right.
When I came here. That much I can tell you.
And so when you try to transmit this knowledge to some of the younger women, how do they receive it? Do they receive it or do they reject it? And also, guys, I'm gonna make a proclamation. I know y'all ain't gonna do it, but I want everybody to cam up. Me and TJ cammed up. We want okay.
I am. Can I?
Go ahead.
When it's my hair kosher, but at least give me some time to prepare. It's at night. So
okay, you're fine. But it doesn't matter. I don't care what you look like. I think you're pretty. So
no, I care about how I come on now. I care about how I come on now. I have to represent for the whole continent.
Okay, no problem. Well, next time I want you to camera. I'm ready to see the real Lulu Bean. I'm ready to see what you look like. But
no,
that's no issue there. No issue.
For you, Mr. I will. We'll plan.
Thank you, dear. I appreciate that. But keep saying what you're saying, because it takes a lot of maturity to become the woman that you are. Keep talking. I'm sorry, the color crush. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so there are a lot of, like I said, cultural differences. I didn't grow up with a distrust of men because men were always in leadership roles for me. I didn't grow up in a very feminist. And what's funny is, when I look back on it, is African women are very independent. We work, we look after ourselves. Right. I don't know why, just because we grow up in a patriarchal society, people think that we don't live alone. We're not single. We don't go to school and we're not educated. We live the exact same lives as women are over here. We're not walking around barefoot, we come from a modern society just with different cultural norms. That's the only difference. And being independent, looking after myself, it doesn't prevent me from seeing the role of a man, knowing what my role as a woman is. Right.
And blessings to you. Right. Blessings to you. I love sisters like you and TJ that are striving to become cerebral, that are striving to evolve, to become the exemplars that you need to be for your communities and also for your husbands. I think it's going to take a Herculean effort. I think it's going to take generations to get things back to balance. I don't see it in our lifetime. I don't see it. It's not because I'm being negative. I'm just being very pragmatic and very realistic. I think that the tentacles of feminism has caused a lot of damage in the culture. And, I went to one of the most liberal schools in the country, and I love my I went to North Carolina Central, but also I went to the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, one of the best schools in the country. And while I love UNC, UNC is liberal, but UNC didn't change me. I've always had my own mind state, and I love the school. I'm not trying to denigrate my school because I do love it. It afforded me a great education. But many times when people go off to liberal schools, they lose a sense of who they are, their identity, and they become inculcated by liberal archetypes and liberal ideologies, which in essence renders them less effective as it relates to relationships and traditionalism. DaBaby, did DaBaby Henri Dantes, in your opinion, and also Joel DeMille Child, exercise what I call a new burgeoning movement, red pill logic? You saw him film Danileigh to protect himself. In my mind, that's a red pill, because I think men have been conditioned to see modern women as sugar and spice and everything nice. And I think TJ was saying on her show today, just like men go do red pill rage, women go do it as well. But do you feel like that, DaBaby was actually exercising Henri Dantes a level, albeit minute, of red pill logic, in your opinion?
Like I stated before, I mean, we can give it the label of red pill, but some things make sense, or some things don't make sense. Or like I've heard Kevin Samuel say recently, probability versus possibility. We can give it red pill since we're talking about it. I saw clips of what was going on between them two. I saw clips of it, but I look at a lot of things when it pertains to two people in reference to, what I'm dealing with right now can I control, can I deal with, am I in a sense contributing to the very thing that I don't want? I'm more introspective in that regard when situations like that come up, to be honest with you.
What's your take on the Joel DeMille Child, based on what we just said? What's your take on, did you feel like, because I see what you're coming from, Henri Dantes, some of it just common sense, but you got to understand that most modern men have been conditioned to see women as virtues. I think Kevin Samuels called it the Madonna whore complex. But many men have been conditioned to see women as sugar and spice and everything nice, and also seeing them as being harmless. What's your take on that, Joel DeMille Child?
Well, it's even more complex than that, because as we already know, the Black community, it's a lot more complex, because in addition to that, I know of too many Black men that actually that willingly subject themselves to this, like the mistreatment and stuff, because I'm from Charlotte. I'm born and raised in Charlotte, so I'm actually here where the baby is.
Okay, cool.
I know I'm very aware of the men like himself where they actually are willing to subject themselves to that type of woman. That's why I said earlier, he holds the lion's share just because he continued to deal with her.
Right.
But of course, that situation as it was, definitely it was on her. Now, they subject themselves to this violence because we already know the sign language. For the most part, I believe it's like a guilting. You know how women say, like, your mama's Black, et cetera, et cetera. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't want you dating no non-Black woman, that kind of thing. It's like they want to guilt the men into dating them and then mistreat them and then be like, okay, well, I see him being mistreated by this woman. I see him being mistreated by a woman. And then it just becomes a norm where it's like, they just kind of continue to deal with it. But now it's like one of those things where now guys today are pretty much saying, like the brother said earlier, nah, screw that. Like, I'm not trying to deal with all that. Like, I'm just trying to do what I want to do. And they're starting to become aware, like, they do have options. They're becoming aware of the statistics and the facts. Black men are not deadbeats and women beaters. You know what I'm saying? So, like, they're starting to open their eyes to the reality.
Right. They are beginning to open their eyes to reality. And I think it's all for the good. My job is to empower all men, but especially Black men, because in these dire times, they need empowerment. You talked about something that in the clinical world, we call it cognitive dissonance. And so Kevin Samuels talks about sign language, shame, insults, guilt, and the need to be right. Well, I talked about something from the clinical world, and I call it deaf. And I call it deaf because they deny the evidence when you present it to them. They become enraged when you present them with the evidence. They argue or fight, do ad hominem attacks, meaning they attack the messenger instead of attacking the message, and they fight or flee. And I think that's what Sweet Lulu Bean was talking about earlier and some of the other guys in the panel. I don't know why it's so hard for some of our women to look at themselves. It's almost like they are victims of something called the Medusa complex. When Medusa looked in the mirror, she cracked. And some of our women have the Medusa effect. They can't look at the mirror and say, I'm wrong. They can't look at the mirror because they're in fear of being petrified of what they see. When Medusa looked at the mirror, she became petrified. What's your take on that, guys? What's your take on that, Henri Dantes and Sweet Lulu Bean and TJ? I see TJ smiling.
And Mr. Culture, can I say one thing real quick?
Go ahead, brother.
Because I wanted to say this to Miss Courtney when she was here. But
Yes,
what you were just saying, it's a good example of that. I remember I was on Lapeef and I was talking about black women in general, right? And Courtney was on that show, and she knows that I'm married, or at the time I was about to get married to my wife, and she was a black woman, right? And mind you, I was talking, the facts. This is how black women have been treating black men. This is how the dynamic is. And I wish she was still here so she could speak for herself. But to the sense, she was pretty much like, well, but you're about to get married. Why are you talking? Like, it was the sense of like, I'm about to get married to a black woman. So it's like, why are you talking negatively about black women? And I'm just like, well, because my wife is in the minority. I don't know if people remember that show, but I was like, I literally had to clear it up for her because I was like, two things can be true. Like, yes, this is black women in general. This is the majority, but I chose one. I chose one that was in the minority, unfortunately. But it was like, that was a good example of what you were saying, Kosher, where it's like, she thought just because I was getting married to a black woman, all of a sudden my perception on black women should just like go out the window,
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Lulu. What were you saying there? Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to. I remember that show. Like I said, I've also been following the Lapeef show, and those are like the small things that I was speaking to, where like I said again, is we're on these men's spaces and we're not listening to what men are saying because as black women we're so defensive about our positions, and being wrong doesn't make you a bad person. Being wrong doesn't make you less than. But we're at such a pivotal point that we need our relationships back. We need our families back. So that stories like DaBaby, that narrative has to stop. That narrative has to stop.
Right.
And the only way that it is going to stop is to listen to our men. How are you going to listen to this husband? How are you even going to know how to identify him if you don't have basic respect for men? When he comes, you recognize him. How are you going to see that that's your husband? So all these other men that you come across, who are they? What's going to define your husband? What he gives you, how much money he has, his status? Because that's all we seem to be looking for when we're talking about men. But we can't see what the kosher clinician is trying to teach us. He's a man. We can't see what Anton is trying to teach us. He's a man.
Right,
we can't see what Kevin is trying to teach us. He's a man.
Right,
the person behind the counter, the person fixing my car is a man. He deserves my respect as well.
Right.
I agree with you. Oftentimes in my experiences, and even taking it back to growing up, and I recently had a conversation with my siblings in reference to me, in a sense, becoming more reformed, trying to come out of recovery, you know what I mean? In reference to the statement I just made. One of the things that I heard a lot growing up is you can't out-argue a woman. Happy wife, happy life.
Right. Mm-hmm.
But I would always say to myself, why should I exclude logic, reasoning, rationale, and just simple common sense just to make you happy?
Exactly.
Why should I have to do that? Why should I have to watch you run things into the ground or have the stability of our household be based solely on your emotions?
Right.
Just to live. Why should any person do that? And the men in my family, growing up, I'm 48. Mm-hmm. The men in my family would say, just let them have their way.
No, that's wrong.
You can't all argue them.
No, that's wrong, bro.
And I would see things that would happen, and I would say to myself, why is that? But unconsciously, you're accepting that behavior, right? And I would find myself falling back into that because one, it pleased the situation.
Right.
But I was surrendering more and more of myself. Then I also asked the question, why would I want to be with someone if they say they adored me, if they say they loved me, that would want me to even be in that space, even how they would deal with me?
Right.
Why would I want to be with somebody like that?
Right. And you know what you
said?
What you said is powerful, man. I did a show with Sean James in the past, and I talked about two types of simps from the clinical perspective as it relates to unconscious pathology. One is called the unconscious simp. The unconscious simp stands for sacrificing or supplementing irrational male patterns. And I say it's a male because men do things based on principle. We don't do things based on feelings. Supplementing irrational male patterns. There's a pattern of behavior that comes as it relates to narcissistic modern women. And so it's a terminology in the clinical work called a narcissistic supply. So you begin to sacrifice important male patterns to this woman because you're deferring power instead of getting power. In behavioral modification, it must be an equilibrium where the man benefits and the woman benefits. But you're correct, brother. So many modern men have deferred their power to women to the point that women don't respect them. Women don't respect simps. Women only respect power and strength. And TJ, is that not true? Would you not agree that women in general only respect power and strength, meaning men that stand firm on their square, men that stand firm on their principles? Because I tell my wife all the time, if your feelings supersede my masculinity, I'll say to hell with your feelings. I don't care about your feelings if your feelings go against my standards as a man. And that's the problem with most modern men. You know, the gospel told the man to lead his wife, to love her, but also in Genesis said he shall rule over her. And rule does not mean he's a tyrant. It just means he needs to guide her in the right direction. And I think that's what Sweet Lulu Bean is saying, that many modern women don't want the guidance of masculine men. In her culture, you don't see that. But I think what TJ is doing, she's saying, listen, I learned from my bad mistakes, and I'm trying to teach women to uncover some of the negative things that she saw as a child, because unfortunately some of these women are victims of vicarious trauma from the bad and the negative relationships from their mothers. When you hear women saying goofy stuff like, I'm a stronger independent woman, I don't need a man, that's cognitive dissonance, and also it's a thinking error called catastrophizing. No man lives on an island unto himself. No man does. Men and women were optimized to be synchronized. That's why you have a man has a phallus and a woman has a vagina. It was made to interlock. You know, no pun, not trying to be graphic, but that's what God made it for. So when men and women come together in symmetry and unison, when the woman submits to the authority of her husband, when the man submits to loving his wife, then you have what's called soul fusion. But you don't have it anymore because some of the women in the past picked dusty men based on looks, based on swag, based on goofy stuff. They had a chance to get decent men, but he was boring. But after they get used up and hurt, then all of a sudden they want a good man. And that's why so many men are frustrated, because men are saying, listen, I don't want to be the clean up man. You know, Mike Williams said back then and they want me now, hot chicks, they all on me.
That's Mike Jones. Anyway,
Yeah, Mike
Jones. You're right that women are attracted to power and strength, but sometimes the power and strength is in the wrong person.
That's true. I agree with that.
Because I have said, and I talked about it today.
You did,
my daughter,
right.
my daughter's father, my ex-husband, straight power and strength, infantry officer, and I'm like, ooh, what is that?
Right.
But, and that's what attracted me to him. Mm-hmm. It did, but he was not the right person. Mm-hmm. But the strength and power that I have, that my husband has, is completely different.
Right.
And he is trustworthy with it. Mm-hmm. I mean, but you're absolutely right. Many times the power and strength, period, it's attractive. Mm-hmm. Power, strength, like his assertiveness, confidence, it's a magnet. It just is.
Right.
And unfortunately, many Pookies and Ray Rays have that too.
They have it too, right.
But there are many that are not Pookies and Ray Rays.
Right.
But
right.
Shoot, I hate when I forget what I was going to say. That's that 54 coming off. Man.
You got to get you some ginkgo biloba.
We get to get something.
Listen, let me ask you guys a question. Lulu Bean, I think Lulu Bean has articulated, but also I want to hear Henri Dantes. Are modern women sensitive to the needs of men? And I think you answered it more or less in a nutshell, but I want you to revisit that. And then Lulu Bean and TJ and also Joy the Middle Child. Are modern women sensitive to the needs of men? Because it did not appear that Danileigh was sensitive to the needs of DaBaby. Are modern women sensitive to the needs of men? And before you guys answer that question, let me show some love to the super chats real quick. Hold tight. I've been running my mouth and I haven't been able to call them out. So shout out to Black Man 316. Gotta show my support. Much love and blessing to you, brother. Thank you, sir. I really appreciate the love. And then shout out to Black Fire Rising for the $10 super chat. Black Fire Rising, we got to get together, brother, and have a conversation because you are a much needed asset. So TJ, I saw your hand up like you're a kid in the classroom. Go ahead, dear.
You know, I'll say no, that modern women are not. But here's the thing. We think we are. Why? Because we never even asked. We assume that we know. Mm-hmm. And Joel's laughing. And see, and again, it took me years to learn that. You know, we think we know instead of just asking. Mm-hmm. Am I right, gentlemen?
It's the need to be right. It's a hell of a thing.
Right. I'm specific in the things I need. I understand the assignment. I understand the assignment. My wife, you know, unfortunately enough to she doesn't have to go outside of the house and work, but she does a great job, in my opinion, at home. I understand the assignment, right? And I'm specific in reference to the things I feel I need and or want, right? And I'm not afraid to say, okay, well, why not? You know, why is this not the way that is, or why that is not the way that is? And I mean, of course, she keeps me accountable, and I actually appreciate that. Mm-hmm. One of the things I like about the relationship I have with my wife is that, you know, we keep each other accountable. Mm-hmm. You know, she tell me, you know, just the other day, you slacking on your Macking because Raw's what you're lacking. So, you know, you need to brush up on that. And the other day I told her, you know, you need to pick your afro because it's flat on one side. You know what I mean? You know, so I mean, I appreciate that part. But to answer your question, but I kind of agree with TJ. I mean, they think they are, but I don't think most women, not all, but most women are not sensitive to the needs of men. They don't care. They think it's a weak.
Right.
Well, you know, I just talked about this a lot of times. And again, I didn't know this right away. I was telling my girlfriend, you know, when I said played herself, I'm like, a man will tell you exactly what he wants. I said, but a lot of times instead of listening, we'll think, oh, well, he really means this. I know what he said, but he means this. No, he said what he meant. So now in my later life, I'm like, okay, I got the revelation. And to the point with Danileigh, my younger self probably would have been her. I'm going, you know, it's clear that he don't want to talk no more, but I'm going to keep pushing. Mm-hmm. It's clear that, you know, so I get that. Now I already said that I think that he shouldn't have been following her, but I understand women because we want to talk about it. We want to talk about it right now. You're going to talk about it right now. I don't care how you feel. I need you to talk about it right now. You need to hear what I got to say. Well, now that never ends well.
Right.
But that's my point. That's my take on it.
Listen, guys, let me ask you guys a question. You know, some have accused Courtney of saying that, you know, I don't know, but they say that she said that, you know, if a man doesn't make a certain amount of money, he's not worthy of submission. I'm not saying she said it because I don't know, but I'm seeing it in the comments. But TJ, what's your take on this perception that women say, well, if you don't make a certain amount of money, you don't deserve to get submission? I think that's stupid because I think when a woman really loves her husband, whether he make $25,000 or whether he makes $100,000, she understands that she's a catalyst to his success. But what's your take on that, TJ, and also Sweet Lulu Bean, about some of these women that say that if a man doesn't make, you know, a certain amount of money, we call that conditional femininity, that he's not worthy of honor and respect? What's your ladies' take on that?
I'm sorry. They need to be growed real because that's ridiculous. Mm-hmm. It is absolute. And see, going back, Suzette Speaks did a show the other day and I talked about, and I've shared with you, Kosher, mm-hmm. that I reached out to my husband. My husband's a truck driver.
Right.
I reached out to him.
Right.
And and the reason he didn't reach out to me because he looked at my profile and he thought I wouldn't be interested in him. Well, the reason why is because we women, we lead with our stuff. Mm-hmm. My profile talked about I was an Army officer, I was a naval officer, all these things I was, as opposed to what I was about. Mm-hmm. Okay. So, and Suzette was saying, well, you know, why do men say that? Because, you know, women have been getting degrees and having their men and working class men for years. And I said, that is true. I said, but the difference is our grandmothers, I said, because men were told to go to work and women were told to go to school. I said, but the difference is we didn't hold it over our men's heads as if we were better than them.
Right.
That is the difference.
Right.
So, and I said, I just, my husband just allowed me to retire. So I just retired last month. But the whole time I said, I was a senior level, well, not exactly, but a senior level federal employee. You could look and see how much I made. My husband never looked, never knew, never cared. And that is, and I had to learn that no matter what I thought that I could do for myself, I have a husband.
Right.
And he will do it. But it was something I did not know right away. But again, and it's not about the money that he makes. It's about the willingness and the ability to provide, whatever that looks like.
So if your husband made $30,000 a year, could you still submit to your husband?
Listen, I'll put it to you like this. I made 6 figures before I retired. He made high 5 figures. He's ahead of this household.
Okay, once again, if he made $30,000, could you still submit to your husband?
Yes, he's the head of this. Yes.
Okay, I respect that. I respect that, TJ.
Yes.
Sweet Lulu Bean, what's your take on this ongoing notion that if a man don't make a certain amount of money, he's not worthy of being submitted to? And I'm going to ask you the question, Sweet Lulu Bean. I don't know how much money your husband making. I'm not trying to get in your personal business, but let's say if your husband make $25,000 to $30,000. I know that goes against your female nature because women are nesters by nature. But could you submit to your husband if he made $30,000 and he was content with making that for the rest of his life? Could you still submit to him?
I'm going to answer it like this, Coach. When I met my man in South Africa, he was starting a business. And one of the ways that I endeared myself to him was I became his number one salesman. And because I took his product, because he didn't quite understand the market. So I took his product and I became part of his business. And that's, then I made sure, like I was very strategic about inserting myself in his life. So I had decided that he was going to make the kind of money I wanted to make. So that's what I did. And that's what a lot of African women do is you find a man that's got the right skills and then you add value. So that's what I did. My man wasn't making a lot of money when we met. And like I said, I became part of the business. Together we raised the business up and he's been taking care of us ever since. And I told my man that I will help you so that I can relax and you can take care of me. That was our agreement.
No doubt. I respect you for that. I was definitely darn good money. TJ husband is a truck driver too. What's your take on the level of disrespect when you hear women say that if a man doesn't make a certain amount of money, they're not going to submit to him? What's your take on that, Joel?
Well, I don't. Well, I don't necessarily believe that they should submit to him, but they definitely should not disrespect him, because if we can all agree, you submit to your husband. So the problem with women today is they want a man that's already at the finish line. So they already want the high earning man versus getting the man that is making the 20, 30. Because let's just be real, most of the guys that are making that are usually my age or younger. They're younger. They're building on the way, right? So they're not going to want to build with that man. And what they don't realize is when you get that man at a younger age and you actually help him, you submit to him at that younger age, you do what you're supposed to do. You promote him like Anton's wife did, et cetera, like TJ was willing to do to get with her husband. He's going to be able to earn more in the future, but they don't care about that. All they care about is they don't want to have to put in the work or the investment in their prime, which is the bigger issue. So I don't necessarily believe every woman should submit to a guy that earns 30 or 40K, but he will have a woman that is willing. Okay, but they definitely should not disrespect them. That's what I will say.
Hold tight, Joel, because I respect your position, but I think I'm gonna disagree with you a little bit. I think what you're saying, I think I understand what you're saying, but what a woman doesn't understand is that most men make about $30,000 to $40,000 a year. So basically what we're doing, we're excluding the typical American man. So are we saying that a woman should submit to a man based on his income? My dad back in the 70s, I know the economy was different then, probably made only $18,000 to $20,000 a year. And so I think it's very emasculating to say that, well, I'm not going to submit to him unless you make a certain amount of money. I don't give a damn if you make $100,000 a year. Some women still won't submit to you. So if a woman is a true feminine woman and she sees good value in a man, to me, it's very disrespectful to say if he makes 30 to 40,000, he shouldn't submit. Men are not just commodities to be passed around like we're ATM. We're human. And so why is, yeah, go ahead, dear.
So when it comes to lifestyle, I'm asking a question. When it comes to lifestyle, men, I feel, there are very few men that have the need to be rich, have the need to drive the latest car. For the most part, men are pretty content. And usually when men, when men seek more, it's because they want to be able to take their children to good schools. It's because they want to be able to take care of their wives.
Right.
So meeting a man, when you meet a man, you have to know what it is you want for yourself, right? As a woman. But you have to understand that that's what you want for yourself. And you need to be able to have a conversation with your man that this is the type of lifestyle that I want. But you need to contribute to that lifestyle. You're his helpmate. You need to contribute to that lifestyle. How is he going to get there on his own? What are you going to do?
Right. Yes, ma'am. I totally agree. Right. It's almost like what Joel the Miller Child said, some are waiting at the finish line. But according to the gospel, and many women call themselves Christians, women were made for men. The woman, according to the Bible, I didn't say it. Y'all get mad at Jesus and Paul, but it said that the woman was made for the man to serve him as he turns around and serves her. And that's what Lulu Bean is saying is correct. Women were made to be the American cheerleader. I'm going to do a show on that called The American Cheerleader. Teddy Pendergrass said it years ago. He said, you inspire me. And so if you're not inspiring your man, then why in the hell are you in a relationship? If you're not going to inspire him, if you're not going to push him to greatness, why are you there? Because see, this is what I'm seeing, guys. I asked the question, do modern women see men as only objects and commodities? Yes. And I created a term called the commodification of subjugation. They basically see him as a tool and a commodity. Dr. T. Hassan Johnson called it the ConcuServe. A concubine and a slave as it relates to sex. She wants it from sex and to be a damn drone. You know what a drone is? A drone is just somebody that's been conditioned to serve the queen. And I'm sick of seeing men being subjugated and being objectified as only as drones. That's why I talk about the unconscious simp. And that's why I talk about the conscious simp. And that's why I started the Manhood Chronicles as a part of the Kosher Clinician to raise men vibrations. I just got back from South America, got back from Brazil. And I'm trying to tell you, men, there's a quality of women abroad that you don't have to deal with the crap you're dealing with here in America. I'm not saying that women abroad don't have their issues. They do. If you're a sucker in America, you'll be a sucker in Africa, you'll be a sucker in Brazil, you'll be a sucker in Colombia. But those women are more traditional. They've been conditioned to serve and to love their men, and they're more willing to make a family. Now, if you bring it back to America, I'm not saying some might change. I'm not saying all will change, but some might be tempted to change. Not saying all. But I'm passionate about this because I'm tired of men being seen as commodities. So many women say they don't like to be objectified, but y'all objectify men all the time based on how much money they make. Y'all objectify men based on their height. Y'all objectify men based on the length of his phallus. You see the hypocrisy? You see the taxation without representation and the mental breaking of the American male? You see it. And I'm tired of it. Go ahead, brother.
Coach, I mean, another thing too, and again, going from my own experience, oftentimes men will look at that or will resort back to that because it's comfortable and it's lazy.
Right.
Psychologically and emotionally. Right. But women are attracted to, even if it's just simply, just standing on your principles.
Right.
Not wavering, good, bad, or indifferent, whether they like it or not, which is again different from what needs to happen. You know what I mean? And again, I'm gonna have to, go, throw a monkey wrench in in the conversation from the standpoint, given my own experience when I first met my wife, because I'm a recovering simp, if you will, or recovering nice guy. It was certain situations that I was in, and I was around my family, and oftentimes, another brother of mine wasn't there. I was the only married person there. Me and my wife and I was the only married couple was there. It was certain conversations we would get in, would kind of lead into those family functions. And I would make a statement, and I would be firm with it. At least I believe I would be firm with it. And I would brace myself for the pushback, right? I would brace myself for all the emotions. And I remember one situation where the room got quiet. And so my wife looked at me, and she looked at me, kind of had this bewildering look. And she kind of like, we went to the side. She's like, well, what's going on with you? I said, well, no, I was just kind of like wait and see what happens. She said, well, you said it. That's it. What else is there? So I heard a lot of sucking of the teeth with a lot of the women in my family. And I say all that to say, women can and will, the right one anyway, will appreciate that. If you stand on that and be firm with that, and also be willing to accept praise. You matter. You matter. And in regards to the question you asked about how much you make and how women see that, the answer is in the question. If they view you like that, like you also said, Kosha, don't date those type of women. Don't marry those type of women. Leave them women alone.
Right.
Leave them right where you meet them.
Right.
I mean, the answer is in the question right there.
Yaziz, you've been saying a lot of pertinent things. I hope I said your name right. Yaziz,
yeah,
am I right?
Yes, you said it. Yeah, you said it properly.
So I want you to add clarity to this conversation because there's a lot been said. We were talking about our modern men and celebrities beginning to see female nature for what it is. And, Lulu Bean has often been a advocate for black men and the black family. And she see the pernicious nature of some women in these male spaces as being chameleon. And so, Courtney popped in, and I'm grateful that she popped in, and it turned to a diatribe. But what's your take on the conversation based on what you've been hearing? And are modern men and celebrity men waking up to the nature of modern women? And also, what do you get from how DaBaby handled that filming session of Danileigh, in your opinion?
I think that celebrity men, since their youth, they're always understood how women are and understood the nature of these women. Celebrity men, I think they desire the pleasures of life. I think they work hard for whatever status that they have, and they desire pleasure. And because they go after pleasure, they go back after the most pleasurable women. And when you go after the most pleasurable women, that woman is already designed to want what she wants based on what she feels about her own beauty.
Right.
So that comes with a specific type of mentality. If you ever been to a strip club or dealt with women who was in prostitution and stripping, they have a specific type of mentality. They have a belligerent attitude. They're incessant. They know how to get loud. They know how to respond. They respond how Brittany Renner responds. They respond how Danileigh responds. So a person like DaBaby could have been like anybody that we went to school with that was always known in the school. He wasn't the guy who was quiet, always in a corner somewhere. He probably was someone that was always. So women always were after men like that anyway.
Right.
So now we have cameras, and so people like DaBaby is just putting this woman on camera, but she is a byproduct of a lot of women that think that they are, they stuck up off of too many sexual advances. So it's a mentality that exists. Number one, it is a whorish mentality, but also the men contribute to the whorish mentality by being whoremongers. So a lot of
I agree.
A lot of the younger men, a lot of men who are weak to their sexual nature, they're going to act secondary to the sex that a woman can provide, and they're going to act in a way to appease her so they can get the sex. That's what makes them beta in a lot of sense, because they don't have access to sex like that, so they don't act dominant. See, a man that has access to a lot of sex, he acts a lot more superior. He doesn't need it. He doesn't have that appetite. But someone who's a whoremonger, he's always after the sex. He's promiscuous. He's transient in his sexual nature, and that's what makes him weak to a lot of women.
Well, I think also, Yaziz, what makes a lot of men weak because many men have not seen power in the homes. And remember this, 29% of men now are virgins. What does that say? And unless you know that hypergamy is in overdrive, these men are what I call the castaway. They're the silent men. They're the men in purgatory. They don't get no attention. They don't get love. Women see them as nothing. And these
They're
men have
awkward
no...
socially.
Some are awkward socially. I agree. I think some are, but I don't want to paint 29% of American men as being socially awkward. You're correct. Okay. Some are, but also I think Yaziz, that some of these men are shorter. They're maybe not as tall. Like I'm 6'6", well 6'5", 6'6" with shoes on. But I'm 6'6". I'm a tall dude. I'm very tall, so I'm rare. But they tend to judge shorter men that have no bearing on their genetics, and so. It just goes back to the nature of some women. They want the best of the best in all men. And some men are guilty too, because there have been some women that were like, what's the late girl name on Steve Urkel? Myra. Myra they look past Myra. Men actually look past good women as well. But to stick to the topic, when it comes down to a lot of these men, they're just seen as castaways. They're seen as, like in China, they're called herbivore men. In Japan, and they don't really have a voice, and they don't have a motivation to do anything. How could it get to the point where women are the women are actually having more sex than the men? Because women are the gatekeepers of sex. A woman can have 100 partners a year if she really wanted to, if she's that type of woman. But what's your take on that, brother?
No, it's a dire situation. I think that we could take our power back by we control the aspect of the relationship itself, meaning that we need to place more value in that which we control, which is we're the ones that propose to women. We offer the territory of relationship.
Right.
If we actually take that power and say, hey, this is the only way we can operate within, and you got to be a woman of a certain caliber for me to even allow you to join the territory of my relationship, then that gives men more power. Right. So we have to actually, as men, uphold the standards and morals. Because if we uphold the standards and morals, then the women don't even have a chance against those standards and morals. They have to fall within that culture. But what happens is that we're breaking our standards, we're breaking our morals, and we're breaking our culture. And these women have been empowered by it because they, in their mind, these men desire sex. They want sex. And that's the only platform that these women function on with their nature, is that they actually exuding an image, and that image represents sexuality. Mm-hmm. And so we kind of have to limit that power by taking our power back and making the aspect of relationship mean something.
Right.
It's difficult in these days nowadays because of divorces and so many other rules that goes against it. But I think that the standards begin when we actually take the power back and making relationship more a priority over sex itself.
Yeah, there's some truth to that, but I think so many men are so sexually depraved. Actually, they've had studies that say men really don't care about sex as much anymore. I think women have more or less denatured themselves by giving away their virtue. TJ and I have talked about it in the past, that in the past, like her mother and her grandmom and her great-grandmother, a woman's virtue was very important. But it appears that so many women have given their virtue away that men really don't see sex as special anymore. It's really no big deal, because if you're used to having sex with multiple women, you're not tripping when you see a naked body.
That's the truth.
Am I right or wrong? If you've been with over 10 or 20 women, you're not tripping about a naked woman because you've seen it all. The mystique goes away. But years ago, women had what's called a feminine mystique because they covered themselves. And then when that man met that woman, she became his wife, she took them clothes off. He was like, wow, I didn't know she had all them goods under them covers. Go ahead, TJ, go ahead.
And to that point, and again, I think right now we're hopefully, because there was a time that men, they may look at those kinds of IG women, if you will, even though we didn't have IG back then, but they weren't going to get with you if you conducted yourself like they wanted. A woman with class, grace, style. So that is that. But somehow we got away from that because of the rise of social media, because many women think that that's what men want, even though
They
they
think,
don't. They
right.
want a woman with sophistication and class and grace. So, I said, Justin Timberlake did the song, I'm bringing sexy back. I'm trying to bring class back.
Right.
Because my mom used to always say, leave something to the imagination. And that is just something that is not being done anymore.
Right.
So, and again, they think that sex is what's going to get them, but it never is.
It's temporary. It's transient.
It
is temporary. I want to ask you guys this question as we're about to end this show. This has been a great show. I love TJ's wisdom. I definitely love Sweet Lulu Bean. We're going to do a show called The Unmasking of Lulu Bean. We're going to do a show called The Unmasking of Lulu Bean. But I've always said that art imitates life, and what you guys see now is a microcosm of a greater macrocosm, which is called dysfunction. Is Danileigh and DaBaby a microcosm of a greater macrocosm, starting with Lulu Bean, going to TJ Randolph, going to Yaziz, going to Joel the Miller Child, and also Henri Dantes? Starting with Sweet Lulu Bean, real quick.
When you mean a microcosm, Kosha, what do you mean exactly?
So a microcosm is just a small spectacle of the greater picture. If I had a piece of gold, right, and I cut a chip off, that chip of gold is a reflection of the larger element of gold.
Yeah, I don't think, it's not the all argument. I really do feel that there are fewer the babies out there than there are good men. It's just that we like highlighting, like I said, society is out to get the black man and is out to advertise the worst of the worst. Mm-hmm. But the baby is not a true reflection of what I see of the black man. Mm-hmm. But they won't allow us to see anything different. Mm-hmm. No one is having the conversation about the reality is the black man is the one is more imprisoned, is the victim of more of more crimes, is having a harder time at getting jobs. So that is the true reality, not the baby.
Okay, excellent. TJ, is Danileigh and DaBaby a microcosm of a greater macrocosm? I would say yes, but what's your take on it?
Well, I was going to say yes. Even again, thank you for your show. Because again, earlier today, me and my daughter were kind of talking about it. Even if you take the entertainment aspect out of it, just the dynamic between him as a man and him as a toxic man and her as a toxic female, that happens. So I use myself as an example. Me and my daughter's father were exactly that. And he was not a Pookie or a Ray Ray. Mm-hmm. I was not a Danileigh, but it was just as dysfunctional. And what has happened is we have become a society of voyeurs. And whereas that this kind of stuff would happen, but it wasn't out for the world to see. Now, because we are voyeuristic, we're seeing it in real time.
We're seeing it in real time, right?
Like I said, you wouldn't know about it unless I told you what I did, but now everybody sees everything. So I think it is a microcosm of what we've always known was there.
Right. No, I totally agree. And, that's why I started this Degreasing series. Al Grease is a filmmaker out of New York. He came up with Frustrated Ones. Make sure you guys check out Al Grease. And he didn't get the money he should have deserved because he did a great documentary. But he came out also with Frustrated 2 that talked about paternity court. And I should be hopefully in his movie that's coming up called Frustrated 3. I call it degreasing based on the concept of a degreaser. A degreaser means to erase. And so my job as a therapist is to help modify or erase the toxicity and the damage that has been impacted on the minds of many modern women. And that's why when I traveled abroad to South America, I took pictures. I did some videos with people to let men know that Brazilian women are black. I'm gonna do a show called "Your Mama Black." Your mama is black, and so are Brazilian women. Your mama is black. Look at TJ laugh. Your mama is black, and so are Brazilian women because they are black. And so to the young men that are single, if you want a more traditional feminine woman, Brazil could be an option for you guys to look into. They're ready for love. They're ready for cooperation. They're ready to be wives. if you got to the guys that are single. And so I do these shows because, guys, in clinical therapy, you know, we call it collaborative empiricism. Collaborative empiricism means to look at the evidence to more or less change your distortions. So in collaborative empiricism, we look at the evidence and we compare and contrast. If I present TJ with the evidence, she says it's not there, then TJ is a victim of a condition called delusion. And so what's happening now is that some of our women are very delusional because you can give them the evidence, you can tell them what men want. We have these discussions with Henri Dantes, we have it with Joel the Miller Child, with Yaziz, we have it with Cogent sisters, traditional women like Lulu Bean and TJ Randolph, and some of the women still reject it. My people perish because of lack of knowledge because they reject the truth. And so that's why I do these shows. My job is to help restructure the negative image that have been imprinted on the minds of a lot of men. Some will get it, and some won't get it. But guess what, guys? It's not your job to save everybody. You're not going to save everybody. Even the gospel say, if they receive not the truth, shake the dust off your feet, and you got to keep moving. So what I've realized is that many are not going to be saved, and that's okay. You just got to focus on yourself and the women that are willing to cooperate. And I'm telling you, man, never let a woman shame you based on how much money you make. Because on the flip side, women say they don't want men to fat shame them or to slut shame them. But every day they shame men based on height, money, and status. But we don't want to talk about that. You got chicks that are 600 pounds, but yet, you know, they say don't fat shame me. But then on the flip side, you're shame a man for being fat too. I don't understand it, guys. You know, Elmo, come help him. You know, Elmo take the wheel because Elmo's a dummy. And he knows it don't make no damn sense. He knows it doesn't make any sense. And Elmo's a dummy. So to you, Yaziz, is Danileigh and DaBaby a microcosm of a greater macrocosm, in your opinion?
In a sense, they are. In a sense, I don't see it every day in my life because I'm not generally around it, but I know it definitely exists. One thing I do know is that you know, there are projections on death rates and birth rates. They know how many people generally is going to die from car accidents, from murders, etc. Which means that, you know, people like DaBaby, people like Danileigh, those are created products, and they're created products not individually, but they're byproducts of something that happened before them. You know, so they actually promote it. And then, you know, you wonder if when you go into a neighborhood, you go into a brand new neighborhood and everything looks sane, everybody's having small babies. And then 15 years later, that neighborhood has terrorists in it because of, you know, children growing up in the suburbs, listening to people like DaBaby and them and observing that. And then they become that. So then that becomes a disease later. But that's not the reality from foundation, though, you know. So it may be a greater a macrocosm or something that's micro, but you know, and I think it's all based on something that's introduced and something that's actually displayed. Whoever formulates your character, they determine your destiny.
Well, that's an interesting point. Well, the question remains: who's formulating these characters? Who's formulating? Is it the media? Is it dysfunctional homes? Is it dysfunctional communities? Or is it a combination of all?
Yeah, it's a combination of all. Of course, the media actually starts, that's the foundation because there's $1 million. I heard a rap song that says rappers are signed and then $1 million is given and then their music is used as an advertisement for prison. So in a sense, that character is actually created and is funded. Because if you put something else out there to be famous, to be something to go after, then what happens is that will shift someone's mind. So whoever can take over your character, they can control your destiny.
Right. Excellent. Joel the Miller Child, what's your take on the other one? Henri, to bring it in and add to it, and then we're going to shut it down in a few minutes. Guys, this has been a powerful conversation. But you say you got to go? Okay, baby. All right, take care. Thank you, dear. Much love. Love and blessing, TJ. Thank you, TJ. But Henri Dantes, to the point of the discussion, what's your take on it? Is this a microcosm of a greater macrocosm, in your opinion?
It's a microcosm, definitely. But, you know, I think the one person that was in that whole scenario that we don't talk about that could be a macro problem, that could be a greater problem later, is that child there. We govern the prospects of man, woman, father, mother, wife, husband. So because that could be repeated. And to kind of like add on to what Mr. Aziz, I believe his name is, the brother said, to add on to that, what of the whole image that we're seeing that's being portrayed that we have control over? The post office is hiring.
Right.
We have control over that, right? We have control of those attributes, right? And we can stick to the definition of the meaning of those words. But do we want to? Are we willing to sacrifice, and stop thinking only of ourselves, right? If the woman is the puts out the culture, right, which is then held up by what we value, what does that then say?
Right.
We have control over that.
Right. We do have control over it. And I'm trying to tell men you have a lot more power than you realize. Only thing you got to do is divest. Focus on yourself, stack your paper, love yourself, do the shallow work. Right. Come see the kosher clinician because I can help you modify that thought at kosherclinician@gmail.com. I do non-diagnostic consultations as a therapist. I don't think what you guys realize what you have in this space is rare. How many black male therapists do you know with my background that are in these spaces? So I can help you modify those negative thoughts because I've been trained through the universal treatment model of CBT, but also there are other treatment models like narrative therapy and logotherapy and other treatment models that can help you modify those negative thoughts and become a better version of yourself. Some of you men are actually suffering from unconscious pathologies that needs to be remodified. Once those pathologies are remodified, you begin to see the world for what it is, and you begin to see those thinking errors that you begin to exhibit. But you got to do the work. But before you do the work, you got to own the problem. And once you own the problem, you're going to uncover so that you can recover. And when you recover, you become empowered. And that's my job. My job is to empower black men particularly, but also all men. Because I'm not going to limit my platform just to black men. I want to empower black men and white men and Asian men, Hispanic men as well. But because we tend to have more issues in the black community, I decided to pigeonhole and target black men in particularly because I am a black man living within America. But Joel, the Miller child.
Yes.
It's what we're seeing a microcosm, a greater macrocosm, real quick.
Absolutely. Especially in the black community. I mean, what don't you see? You see the dynamic between how the authorities treat a woman over the man, because we already know the outcome if the cops are called on him. We see the entitlement of her thinking that because she is who she is, that she defies the law or his authority and everything inside of his own house that he pays for. We see a young lady that values being a baby mama over being a wife, which is very prevalent in the black community. We see, and despite her not saying it, but she alluded to, she knew that he was messing with other women. So we also see the dynamic where women are willing to deal with a certain type of man or share him versus getting with a real good, genuine, average guy, because DaBaby does have money, so therefore he's the one that they prefer or would rather deal with. Right. We see DaBaby, which is the young man in the situation, whom, because he has money, he has these options, despite not being, I guess what you say, a high caliber man or a man of virtue, because he is making all these baby mamas out here, unfortunately.
Right.
Now, and also because he had those two people there, which were his family, they were witnesses. Now, he was smart, but what that shows is he was aware of how she is and what she does. And he knew to have those witnesses there when she was acting out, and he knew to record it. So he knew how she was. That's what people don't really realize. He knew exactly how she was. That's why he did what he did. That's why those witnesses, because that's what they were. They were witnesses. That's why they were there. So it's a very good microcosm of the greater macro of what is the black community and what probably is going to be the greater community as well.
No doubt. Let me give these shout outs. Shout out to my man Nicholas Vaughn for the $25 cash app. Much love and blessings, brother. Thank you. And then also shout out to Jonathan Soul. I rarely hear women be supportive of their husband. Glad these women aren't extinct. Shout out to Lulu Bean for being an exemplar of traditional women, and also TJ Randolph, and to all the good women that are listening that are not chameleons and fakes, but really have a love for their husbands. So love and blessings go out to you guys, because men need to be encouraged. Men need to be empowered, because when men are empowered, they're the better versions of themselves. Chaos Reign, real quick, brother, what do you get from this discussion, and what would you like to add to the discussion?
The only thing I want to add on, and I will do my own take about this celebrity nonsense that a lot of people were covering in regards to Danileigh and DaBaby, that he's exercising options, which a lot of men has been talking about, Mr. Sam especially, but he done put these same people in the same character, because we deal with regular people, which a lot of people are not getting the point that when a man has more, he's going to exercise it. And not only he's going to exercise it, but he's going to use the authorities effectively if you go out of line. He doesn't have to really put hands on it like that foreplay did to his, I guess, girlfriend. That's unnecessary. Just pick up the phone, like how they usually pick up the phone, call police on brothers. You do the same. And they come and handle their business. There's a paper trail. There's things to show that, you know, once you initiate it, is for your own protection as a man. You get me? But we don't think like that, because we said, I'm a man, I'm out of my way. No, stop it. Stop it. Get out of that Negro thinking about your alpha. You're outweighed out of nothing. You must move accordingly in this environment, especially in the first world nation, the West here. You better think smart and move accordingly. If you're going to move loosely, these women are going to get you. You get me? And they're going to use their own sisterhood against you.
Right.
Regardless, they look at this woman as a sister, which I don't view her that as, but most women will use it because they can sympathize, because they say, "Oh, you got the same man." No. If you got the same black man, then we got the same woman like you. Cause where black men come from? You get me? But they separate themselves from men, and that's where they lose all the time. Right.
I totally agree. Lulu Bean, a lot of the brothers are giving you a lot of love and adulation. And I say once again, shout out to you, sister, for your love and kindness as it relates to empowering black men. You know, so many men are dealing with pain and fear because they don't know women are genuine. But I've been following you for a while, and you are an exemplar of an excellent woman. Your husband is a very blessed man. So shout out to you, sister. Now, guys, we're about to end the show in a minute. But before we end it, starting with Lulu Bean, what did you get from this show? This stream is going into 4 hours, man, it's been a great stream. But what did you get from this show, dear? Because I definitely got some gems from this show, and I'm going to make some content from this show because it was a good show. But what did you get from this show, Lulu Bean? Starting with you, then we're going to go to Omri Dantes, then we're going to go to Joy the Miller Child, Yaziz, and then Chaos Reign. What did you get from the show, dear?
What I got from the show was that I need to be very aware of who I am as a woman. I still have a lot of work to do, and there's still so many more ways to support men. But I think just today, it made me really understand how big the fight is, and just what men are up against. Like I said, I was on O'Shea's show, I was on so many other platforms just fighting, and just trying to make people understand that we need to can we just start listening to our men. Right. And it's a huge battle. It's a huge battle. But
it is a huge battle. You're right.
Just every time I'm in these spaces, I really am reminded of how great, how amazing black men are, and black men need to be made great again. Right. And that's our only responsibility as black women, is we need to put you back on that pedestal, and you deserve to be, regardless of how much money you make. Right. Regardless of what it is you do. You're our man.
Well, listen, I love sisters like you, and once again, your husband is a blessed man, and I love your maturity, I love your clarity, and I'm sure your husband protects you because you're so wise, and I really love your insight. It's very rare that you find women like this. But I'm going to tell you something, guys. If you travel abroad, there are a lot of women like Lulu Bean. I'm telling you, Yaziz and Chaos Reign, and I think Joy the Miller Child is married, and I think Henri Dantes is married. But I'm telling you guys, when you travel abroad to the single young men, There are a lot of women like Lulu Bing. Sure, there are countries being infected by feminism, but you'll find a greater traditional gradient than you will here in America, sadly. Omri Dantes, what did you get from the conversation, brother? And how was this show pertinent to your enlightenment? But before you tell me, I want to shout out Andrew Baker. He's correct. A real woman will submit to her husband. A real woman will submit to her husband/man. If she can't submit to him making low money, then how she won't. If she can't submit to him making low money, then how's she going to submit to him when he's making a lot more in a nutshell? So that's a fire for your mind.
For your mind.
Because that's fire for your mind.
The kosher.
And you're correct.
Mission.
If a woman can't submit to a man in low times, how can she submit to him in good times? And that's why I want you guys to have that fire for your mind to see true female nature for what it is within the contextual framework of America. But go ahead, Omri. I'm sorry, brother. Go ahead.
No, it's quite all right. I got to tell you, Kosher Clinician, I mean, anytime you're on, I said it as a reminder, you dropping jewels. I'm learning.
I appreciate it, brother. Thank you.
I'm learning. It's
I'm
education.
I'm
sharing with it as many people,
Please
men
do.
and women, black and white, as I can.
Yes, sir.
You know what I mean? And just generally speaking, that anything that I watch or listen to, if I can't get something from it, then I don't watch it.
No, I appreciate that, brother. I'm honored by that.
And
I'm
the
honored,
entertainment is secondary. I mean, anything I watch.
Right.
But I gotta say, since I've been introduced to you and a couple other channels that I do watch and I get something out of, I mean, I've been getting nothing but education and growth. And,
Man,
and
I'm
everybody you have on your panel, even the brother and the sisters here, I mean, I got a lot of. So I thank you guys for it. I hope some of the things I share with you guys maybe help you out in some way. So thank you guys. Thank you,
brother. Man, I appreciate it, man. When I hear those kind of comments, man, it encourages me, man, to fight harder. And to the 37 that are listening, please share the content. I got so much love for you guys because you guys have been loyal to me and faithful. And listen, I don't live by the zodiac, but I am a Leo. And Leos symbolize the sun. We're very strong. We're powerful. We're very affable. We love people. We have big hearts and personalities. Very generous, but very dominant. And so I'm very honored when I hear these kind words because it encourages me to fight on. But real quick, Henri, what did you get from the show? And to the 35 that are listening, share this content with at least 5 people. Help me get this channel to 3,000. From 3,000, let's get it to 5. From 5,000, let's get it to 10,000. From 10,000, let's get it to 100. Because the more we can impact and empower men, we can start a revolution. But what did you get from the show real quick, brother? Thank you.
Well, just again, growth. I mean, I got, education, and definitely tools that I can use for further growth, further refinement. So to answer your question, so thank you again.
No doubt.
Thank you again to your channel.
Man love, brother, and thank you for sharing the content.
Y'all be blessed now.
Thank you, brother.
Have a good night now.
All right. Joy the Miller Child, what did you get from the show real quick as we're about to sign off?
Well, for starters, I learned some new words.
What did you learn?
At the beginning, that video where you were talking about
systonic,
systonic and dystonic. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
So I definitely learned some new vocabulary. So
No doubt.
I'm gonna look that up.
No doubt.
And also a better understanding of general femininity, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Because some people just think femininity or masculinity is just the way you act or the way you carry yourself, and really, now I'm starting to think it's more so like your life outcomes. Because, there was a part earlier when Miss Courtney was here and Miss Lulu Bean, and they were going at it for a little minute. And some people might think Miss Lulu, she stepped out of line or whatever. She became a little masculine. And I was like, no, I just saw a bunch of, that's passion to me.
Passion.
Of course,
I agree.
yeah. So it's like, if you really understand women, their emotions get the best of them sometime, and that passion comes out. And then, of course, Miss Courtney, shout out to Miss Courtney, I love her. And, she was still cool, calm, and collected. So some people might see that dynamic and they might think it's a masculine woman, going on against a feminine woman. And it's like, no, it's like, it's just she was passionate about it. But at the same time, you have to realize it's also about her life outcome. Like, listen to what she was saying about the dynamic between men and women, how she lives her life, what she really believes in. That's, femininity. It's like she has a better understanding of herself, and therefore carries it out in her life much more easily than others, So I got a better understanding of true femininity. And it's not just the way people act or carry themselves. It's more so that coupled with their life outcomes as well.
No doubt. I love your insight, your intellectual acumen, Joel the Miller Child. Thank you, brother. Yaziz, what did you get from the show? How was it pertinent? How was it beneficial? And once again, to the 32 that are watching, please share the content. If you have not donated to the channel, please do that. But if you don't have any money, I'm okay with that. Money for me is sharing this content to like-minded brothers and sisters. If you haven't shared the content, share the content and help this channel get to where it needs to get. But real quick, Yaziz, what did you get from the show, brother?
Yeah, today I've learned that at least, you know, with all the jewels that you drop and then different nuggets that I get from different people when they speak, is that you know, a lot of the channels start off with a level of seriousness, and then it becomes more about entertainment. It becomes more about where they can take themselves, and it becomes personal. There's nothing wrong with it because that's some people's hustle. But in this show, it shows that, you know, even in the comments and even on the panel, that the men's space is a serious space, and it's a space where men have to express. Now have a place to express their power, because in media we haven't had a voice in 20 or 30 years. YouTube and platforms like this is actually giving men a voice, and it's a place where men can actually say, hey, how do we empower ourselves? How do we exemplify manhood? And just in closing, just going back to that question when you asked about women and only wanting a man with money, in a general sense, women actually want a man with manhood. And these spaces actually remind men what manhood is and how he doesn't have to make an excuse for being a man. A lot of us we relinquished our manhood in order to appease to women, and that got us nowhere. So now we're like, okay, forget the appeasement. We're going to be all men, and we don't even care if women don't even come along. And those women that want men, they're going to roll with us anyway.
Right, no doubt. I totally agree with you, man. Yaziz, you're about, what, 32, 34? How old are you, brother?
I'm 46 years old.
46? Oh, you look a baby, man. You look very young, man. Man, if you travel abroad, man, you would be a god abroad, man. So how tall are you, about 5'8", 5'11"?
Yeah, 5'11", 5'10". I'm not even 5'11",
5'10". Man, abroad, man, so many women would die to be with a brother like you. You got your head on right. I don't know if you're married or not, but there are so many women that would love to be with a brother like you. So shout out to you, man. I'm going to empower men. And once again, guys, go check out Al Grease from his show, Frustrated 1. He's coming out with Frustrated 2, and I should be in Frustrated 3 with my man, Dr. Ron Neal, and my friend Chris Strongheart. He's a millennial. So go check him out. Al Grease is a good brother. I respect that brother highly. And we're trying to do something powerful as it relates to the degreasing of the American male. Chaos Ring, what did you get from the show, brother? Real quick, we're about to sign off. What did you get from it, brother?
It was a good show so far. I gotta catch replay. I just want to give my little take, like always. But, you know, good show.
Okay, all right, excellent. Well, listen, we're about to sign off. Lulu Bean, I love you. Much love and blessings to you, sister. You held it down. You stayed with me on this 4-hour stream. You are a champion. Lulu Bean, when is your birthday, dear?
1st of December.
Oh, so you got that SAG swag. That's where you get that passion from. You're a fire sign like me. You got that SAG swag. I'm a Leo. You're a Sagittarius, so you're intellectual. So that's where you get that fire from. But guys, this has been a powerful show. We're about to sign off. And guys, get ready because I'm continuing to bring you guys great content. So once again, guys, I love you guys. We're about to sign off as it is 47 minutes after the hour of 11 o'clock in the Tar Heel state, the greatest state in the union. So remember this, guys, and we're about to sign off. Frederick Douglass said it better than I could say it. You know, he said that power never conceded to anything without a struggle. It never have, and it never will. And then on that note, we're about to sign off, and hold tight, and we are gone. And before we leave, thank you for everyone. And I want you guys to remember this as it relates to the coach cognition. I'm always bringing that fire. Bringing that fire for your mind. Because the culture. Once you become aware of your power, you will no longer continue to be a victim of your own ignorance, guys. Be well.
4 in the morning, you got me up all cause you need to talk. To 4 in the evening, Wanna break up, say that you've had enough. I'm tired of talking again and again, argue about everything. You are my darling, let's kiss and make up. I know you wanna touch. You call me every night, call me every day. I just wanna get you alone now. Trust me when I say
keep God first. I see evil when I converse. Not today, say. This how God works. Play my position, what is given with no concerns. Go, 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 go. Set it off. Top of the morning, I'm gonna set it off. You living boring, I'm gonna set it off. Shooting, I'm scoring, I'm gonna set it off. Like soldiers torn, I'm gonna set it off. Son of God, no, I am not son of man. Blessings keep falling, the fingers keep coming in. I got you, but just know I'm texting like Uncle Sam. Left to the bank, you know that I'm coming in. We don't do it for the bands though, we don't do it for the clout. Legacy on the line, so I'm moving in and out. Seen good ones turn top dog, greedy ones get knocked off. I keep looking at the bench like I could never not ball. Coach keep me in the game, Curry deadly with the range. I keep looking in the mirror like, who is he? I'm insane. Who am I? He insane. Guess I ain't the one to blame. What's done is done, won't change. Time to live up to my name. Real will be real, fake gon' fall. Took time with this here, I'm made for a while. No sleep in the while, I won't fall. No sleep in the while, I won't it out. I keep God first. I see evil when I converse. Now today say, this how God works. Play my position, what is given with no concerns. Go. Set it off. Top of the morning, I'm gonna set it off. You living boring, I'm gonna set it off. Shooting, I'm scoring, I'm gonna set it off. Like soldiers torn, I'm gonna set it off. Told my baby, meet me at the bank. Told my mama, I'ma break the trend. Locked in, I'ma change the weight. Working for my baby's kids. Hard times couldn't make the rent. Working hard, couldn't save a cent. Lonely nights, just me and God. Swear to him, always made the ends. Grab a paper, see the news. Hate coming by the tools. Walk a mile in my shoes. Something you can never do. Got my back against the wall. Bet I always pull through. Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Sending shots, I block 'em. Superman with the moves. Rock 'em, sock 'em, drop, pop 'em. Play to win, never lose. Run it up, I top 'em. Plate full, belly too. I hip hop or pop 'em. Anything I could do. The real won't be real, fake gon' fall. Took time with this here, I made for a while. No sleeping while I won't fall. No sleeping while I won't eat out. I keep God first. I see evil when I converse. Now today say, this how God works. Play my position, what is given with no concerns. Go. Set it off. Top of the morning, I'm gonna set it off. You living boring, I'm gonna set it off. Shooting, I'm scoring, I'm gonna set it off. Like soldiers torn, I'm gonna set it off. Kilimanjaro, Kilimanjaro. My little baby come rise for me. My little baby come rise for me. Maria, Maria, Maria. Every time you're looking out for me. Every time you're looking out for me. Love you, yeah. Everything go from Maria.